I invite the member for Kelowna Mission to lead the House in prayer or reflection.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Each year, the Legion puts together a field of crosses in our city park. And so this prayer today is in honour of all of those who were lost from the Okanagan and put to pen to paper, from the chaplain of the Legion, Reverend David Rittersgaard. May this field of crosses stand as a solemn testament to the valor and sacrifice of these Canadian service men and women from our community who gave their lives for the cause of peace. As we pass through this field today, may it be a poignant reminder of the unwavering commitment and selflessness of those who gave their lives in the pursuit of a more harmonious world. May each cross bear witness not only to their sacrifice, but also to our collective responsibility to strive for peace. Let us, as we walk among these symbols of bravery, be moved to reflect on the importance of living at peace with our neighbors and with all nations of the world. May this field of crosses, bathed in their memory, serve as a perpetual call to ensure that their sacrifices were not in vain, and that we as a society may continue to strive for a world where peace, compassion, and unity prevail. Amen.
Introductions by members. Government House Leader.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Today in the gallery we have Jessica Brooks, Mark Sadoway, Clarence Lay, and John Gamey. These amazing folks are within the Ministry of Housing. They have been working long days, even nights, to ensure that we can get the legislative changes we need to get the housing built in this province. I am so grateful for their cutting-edge work that they've been doing, and all the work that we've been able to do. It couldn't have been done without them. I want to welcome them to the House and thank them for all of their work. Thank
you. Minister of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the great pleasure today of introducing some of my family who are in the gallery today. My mother and father, John and Marguerite, are here, as well as my stunning and beautiful boys, Isaac and Elliot Cullen, who just a few days ago competed in the provincial cross-country championships in White Rock. As grade 8 students against 9s and 10s, they absolutely crushed it. I'm so proud of them. They're visiting all the way here from Smithers, and to my parents, who knocked on countless doors, drove thousands of kilometers over many elections, and helped me out a lot before my political career as well. Just a huge thanks for all that is made possible, as all of our families do, by allowing us to be here and representing people in British Columbia. Will the House please make them feel welcome?
Member for Vernon Monashee.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today is a very special day for me. Not only that I won as an MLA 3 years ago, thanks to the people of Vernon Monashee, but also today is my daughter Jasreen's birthday. Jasreen turns 17 years old today, and I'm incredibly proud of Jasreen. She's kind, caring, and hardworking young girl. Due to her circumstances, Jasreen's childhood wasn't easy, but she prevailed and overcame a lot of heartache and challenges. Jasreen is now in grade 12. She's doing dual credit course to be a nursing unit assistant. And she also works part-time at a great local cafe and loves her job. And Mr. Speaker, she just recently got hired with Interior Health Authority, which makes our entire family a family of healthcare workers, except my 7-year-old son. Would the House please join me to wishing my amazing daughter, Jasreen, a very happy birthday. Happy birthday, Jasreen.
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Today is Indigenous Veterans Day. We honour and recognise Indigenous people who have served and who are currently serving in the Canadian Armed Forces. We remember the service and sacrifices of about 12,000 First Nations, Métis and Inuit people, as well as being grateful for the tremendous contributions of Indigenous people on the home front during wartime. To mark this today, Honourable Speaker, I have some very special guests from the military and local community here in the gallery. Bombardier Joseph Sam, 5th BC Field Artillery Regiment, Nanaimo Detachment. Darlene Rochford, a councillor from the township of Esquimalt and member of the military community. Kirk Mercer, Victoria Labour Council President, and John Ducker, Honorary Colonel, 5th BC Field Artillery Regiment, Victoria. Would everybody please make them very welcome?
Minister of Agriculture and Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to introduce the very hard-working team from the Ministry of Agriculture, and these in particular are staffers from the Agriculture and Food Executive Office's support team who work as well 24/7 because we're just so incredibly busy. So today we have Shauna Little, Charlene Evers, Magdalena Golaka, Don A. Zachary, Aaron Hansen, Rahim Khan, Anika Pobuda, and Julia Henshaw. Would everyone join me in welcoming them to the House today? Thank you so much.
Member for Vancouver Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to take the opportunity today on behalf of the official opposition to recognize Indigenous Veterans Day, including the veterans in the gallery and those here in Vancouver who I see on Remembrance Day on an annual basis, including Lloyd at Anavets, Legion on 49th and Fraser. Look forward to again commemorating those veterans who made the sacrifice to protect the rights and freedoms that we all enjoy in our country today. We know that some of the most highly decorated soldiers, aviators, sailors in our military history are Indigenous, and they have significantly contributed to our country's efforts during conflict and during peace times. They did this despite the systemic mistreatment that many Indigenous peoples received back home, because they believed in a brighter and peaceful future for all generations to come. So on behalf of the entire BC United Caucus, I want to recognize those veterans, including those Indigenous peoples who currently serve in our armed forces for our country today. We recognize your contributions and your ultimate sacrifice in service of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have a number of guests, over a dozen guests today, representing the concrete industry, Concrete BC specifically. People from firms that are from the Okanagan, from the Fraser Valley, here on Vancouver Island, Greater Vancouver area. Of course, these people are indispensable to the partnerships we have to build infrastructure, both public and private, right across the province of British Columbia. Jason Saunderson, who is the Executive Director and is known to members on all sides of the House, is with this delegation. So I'd like to welcome him and his colleagues, and Ken Karuska from the Cement Association is here as well. So there truly is, you know, peace in the valley, peace in the kingdom, and across the supply chain with both those indispensable organizations here in the gallery with us today. I would ask members to make them most welcome.
Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 5 rock stars in the chamber today. Our tax team for government communications and public engagement. I depend on the work that they do. I'm glad they're here, and they are Karina Filon, Jill Nessel, Celine Beckner, Rachel Nesbitt, and Kathy Cooey. Thanks for everything you do, and it's so good to see you.
Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I have the honour to present a message from our Honourable Lieutenant Governor.
Our Honour the Lieutenant Governor transmits herewith Bill number 47, Entitled Housing Statutes Transit-Oriented Areas Amendment Act 2023, and recommend the same to the Legislative Assembly. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill be introduced and read a first time now. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce Bill 47. This bill supports the local government density initiative legislation and helps address our housing crisis. This bill continues our government's work to increase housing supply in the right places. If passed, local governments will be required to designate transit-oriented development areas around frequent transit stations. Within those areas, local governments cannot reject residential zoning applications that meet minimum density levels and must follow the rules and standards to support transit-friendly and complete communities being built in the right locations.
Members, the question is first reading of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Boundaries Milkameen.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. 2 years ago, on the back streets of Karamias, I was passed by a guy in a mobility scooter with not only a well-overloaded cart behind him, but a wheelbarrow perched precariously on the front of his scooter. This was the wheelbarrow full of vegetables and flowers and corn husks. This was how I met Albert, the champion and leader of the community garden and a gathering place there. A few weeks ago, the Premier and I were invited into Albert's home. He lives in the Ambrosia building that opened last year, 43 new affordable rental homes in Karamias, and the result of a partnership between governments and the Lower Similkameen Community Services Society. Albert's home would not exist if it were not for the work of that Community Services Society. So many of the challenges we face today, the ferment of hate and anger in our world, stems from a lack of community, an erosion of sense of community, and a growing disconnect from friends and family. Our modern world feels designed to pull us away from those interactions that fill our proverbial cups in a lasting way. Social media, every ad we see on the streets and screens around us. All of this is designed to draw us into an imaginary world of people that aren't real, that make us feel insufficient, inappropriate, ugly, alone, empty, or angry. People like Albert are helping resist that encroaching darkness, building that connection to people and place, and they're supported and enabled in that work by those organizations that work to support people and build community in the truest sense of the word. In my region, these organizations and their executive directors and chairs include entities such as Princeton and District Community Services Society, Becky Vermette and Suzanne Hoffman, Princeton Family Services, Jetty Pedwell, Carol Bertrand, LCSS, as I mentioned, Sarah Martin, Brian Mennel, Desert Sun Counseling, Marisa and Rachel, Boundary Family Services, Darren and Alina, South Okanagan Immigrant and Community Services, Cherry and Bruce, One Sky, Tanya and Steve. All of these community and family services societies out there, supported by volunteers and the many, many staff that do what they do as a labor of love and place and people. Thank you.
Member for West Vancouver, Sea to Sky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is entrepreneurship? Well, it starts with an idea. You see a problem you feel uniquely equipped to solve, or an opportunity to add value to the community. You start brainstorming ways to make the future better than the present. Then you act. And although, Mr. Speaker, it sounds simple, in reality, it is anything but. It takes a special person to appreciate, understand, and accept the risk. That's why it's an honor to rise in the Legislature today to celebrate the small business winners of the Whistler Chamber of Commerce and the Squamish Chamber of Commerce Business Excellence Awards. I invite the Legislature to join me in recognizing the exceptional contributions of the following artists, community leaders, and business leaders in the Sea to Sky. From the Resort Municipality of Whistler is Jackie Dickinson of the Whistler Community Services Society, the Whistler 360 Health Collective, Navio Immigration, Rising Star, Katia Barton, the Raven Room, the Quattro Restaurant, the Velvet Underground, Kristen Robinson of Kristen Robinson Productions, and of course the ambassadors of the Squamish Lilwat Cultural Center. From the District of Squamish, Jose Oriamuno, Rebecca Bolkawi of Local Roots Farms, Squalwyn Botanicals, the Little Bookshop, Squamish Valley Golf Club, Outbound Station, Blue Water Concepts, Active Alive Academy, Bueno Custom Furniture, Grom's Physio and Company, and of course, Pearl Space. Thank you to the work that each of you do each and every day to enrich our communities. Your vision, creativity, tenacity, and resilience form the backbone of our community, and it's an honor to recognize you publicly in the legislature today. Congratulations to you all, and I'm only sorry that in just 2 minutes I don't have the opportunity to do the justice that each of you deserve.
Member for Coquitlam Burke Mountain.
Rich and abundant watersheds such as the Fraser, Skeena, Peace, Columbia, and Cowichan bring health and prosperity to communities in every corner of BC, providing essential benefits like clean drinking water, thriving salmon runs, water for growing food, and natural protections against climate disasters like floods, droughts, and wildfires. Rivers and lakes are the cornerstone of our local economies and community well-being. However, BC's watersheds are becoming increasingly degraded in many parts of the province. The price of securing watersheds will continue to rise unless we take further action. The province has spent billions on fighting wildfires and floods, and the economic loss from this year's drought has been devastating. That's why earlier this year, our government invested $100 million to kickstart the Watershed Security Fund. With climate disasters on the rise, this fund provides a powerful opportunity for the province to work with First Nations to rebuild watershed health, strengthen community resilience and economic well-being while advancing the rights of Indigenous peoples. We know BC's watershed sector supports more than 47,000 direct and indirect jobs, from Indigenous guardians to heavy machinery operators. Investing in watershed works supports community economic development, creates Indigenous and youth employment, and increases revenue for local businesses and contractors. Our government realizes additional investments are needed, which is why we are encouraging the federal government, private sector, and philanthropy to join us in growing this important fund to achieve tangible outcomes in BC's watersheds. I recently joined the Premier, Minister of Water, Land, and Resource Stewardship for a roundtable on watershed security, where we heard clearly from First Nations, mining, ranching, agriculture, forestry, and conservation groups that we need to provide a coordinated, proactive response to water. The Minister and I also met with Indigenous leaders at BC's Water Table to hear their concerns and learn about their progress. They are doing good work and making progress. We thank them for their dedication and support their efforts to lead us to a more water-secure future. As we know, securing BC's watersheds is in all of our interests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Recently, a constituent of mine, Lori Butler, reached out to have me tour Metro Community. This organization serves as a beacon of hope and support for our city's most vulnerable since 2008. Their leader, Joel Feddersen, lights up when speaking about the advocacy work, homelessness prevention, and all the way to the meal program and art classes and everything in between that they offer. The Metro Community provides an indispensable network of support that extends far beyond basic needs. Daily, they offer nourishment with breakfast, lunch, and dinner to approximately 150 individuals. But their drop-in centers provide a haven where the marginalized can find warmth, charge their devices, seek companionship, and bridge the gap between survival and living. Moreover, the Metro Community's hygiene program has been transformative in its impact. With over 700 unhoused members, it offers more than just showers and laundry facilities. It restores dignity and fosters a sense of belonging through services such as personal hygiene care, ID services, wound care, and haircuts. The community engagement initiatives, including the Metro Community and the volunteer program, exemplify a successful model of community support. They magnify the effect of every dollar spent, ensuring that resources reach as many individuals as possible through their volunteerism. This organization also plays a pivotal role in advocacy with fundraising events like the Coldest Night of the Year and the Come Together Gala, which is being held on November 9th, highlighting the ongoing need for support and solidarity within our community. Now faced with the severe challenge of a provincial grant withdrawal, which constitutes a substantial 83% of their funding, the sustainability of this program is at risk. It's not just a monetary gap, it's a potential crisis for the welfare of many in our city. But this situation presents us with not with a problem, with an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to the well-being of our constituents by supporting the Metro community's multifaceted services and efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Richmond Steveston.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The 46th Annual Business Excellence Awards, hosted by the Richmond Chamber of Commerce, is on November 22nd. Finalists have been announced in 10 award categories, and among them are businesses and organizations from the Richmond-Steveston riding. Up for Small Business of the Year is Go-To Girl, a business that offers residential and commercial cleaning, home organization, weddings and events, and more. Owner Latoya Barrington was recently awarded the Best Woman-Owned Business Award by the Black Business Association of BC. In the category of Business Leadership of the Year is O'Hare's Gastro Pub and Liquor Store. Owned by Aaron and Grant Bryan, O'Hare's has organized signature community events like the Steveston Beer Fest and Steveston Wine Fest, which benefit the Richmond Christmas Fund, supporting in-need Richmond families. Aaron and Grant are also deeply involved in youth soccer, the Richmond Chamber of Commerce, and the Steveston Merchants Association. Up for New Business of the Year is Pettsville Animal Hospital, located in Steveston Village. Open 7 days a week for our four-legged family members. They offer services from dentistry to surgical procedures and offer house calls for some services. Their pun game on Instagram is A+, and they're enthusiastically jumping into the fabric of Steveston Village with both feet. In the category of Outstanding Workplace of the Year is Tourism Richmond, led by CEO Nancy Small and her amazing team. Their core values are epic: excellence, passion, integrity, and collaboration, and it shows in their award-winning tourism campaigns. Nominated for Association of the Year is Richmond Youth Soccer Association. Founded in 1955, it evolved into today's Richmond FC in 2014. They received the Canada Soccer designation of quality soccer provider, demonstrating their ongoing commitment to the sport, and they're also great advocates for improved soccer facilities for Richmond families. Please join me in congratulating these finalists on their outstanding work and contributions to our community.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to stand and celebrate an organization that provides and operates nonprofit, below-market residential accommodations for seniors with low or modest incomes across the North Shore. The Kiwanis North Shore Housing Society has a 75-year history of supporting the North Shore, and it's now considered the primary provider of below-market, independent seniors rental housing in West and North Vancouver, an accomplishment made possible by extraordinary volunteer board members and professional, caring employees. Now, working with land that was provided by the District of West Vancouver on a zero-cost 60-year lease, Kiwanis is well on the way to creating Village West, with expected completion in 2026. The District of West Vancouver had the goal to optimize on two main policy objectives: create additional housing supply and provide below-market housing to people with moderate incomes. The project is comprised of two 6-story buildings with a total of 156 mixed-size units, and 52% of those units are going to be designated for families, which is something that is much needed on the North Shore. The complex will also include a 3,000 square foot adult daycare center, which will be operated by Vancouver Coastal Health. This Friday, after many years of intensive planning, Kiwanis is hosting a groundbreaking ceremony, which will be a celebration of their perseverance and experience in providing much-needed housing and supports. In closing, Mr. Speaker, this project addresses the affordability issue in our community by providing rental units for moderate-income families. Congratulations to the District of West Vancouver for their progressive land use strategy, Vancouver Coastal for recognizing the need for adult daycare on the North Shore, and of course, to Kiwanis North Shore Housing Society for making this vision a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, day after day, communities and businesses face a relentless onslaught of shattered storefronts, rampant shoplifting, and violent assaults at levels never seen before. This total chaos and disorder is the direct result of the Premier's soft-on-crime policies and his catch-and-release playbook that he oversaw while Attorney General. But people have had enough, including the Save Our Streets Coalition, made up of retailers and community groups that have a clear message for the Premier that what he is doing is not working. So my question is, when will the Premier listen to the united voices of communities and businesses and admit that his soft-on-crime approach has utterly failed?
Attorney General.
I thank the member for the question, Mr. Speaker. Public safety is very important. Every British Columbian deserves to feel safe in this province. It's something that the Premier, when he was Attorney General, and myself as Attorney General take very seriously. We've been advocating for bail reform at a federal level. In fact, I was the only minister from across this country to speak at the Senate committee to ask for quick passing of the bail reform in this country. Mr. Speaker, we're investing in the programs on the ground across government to make sure that the communities have the resources they need to face the challenges that they're seeing when it comes to some increase in vandalism and crime. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to put in the effort it takes to make this better for communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General talks about the federal bail reform, but that only applies to violent repeat offenders. We're talking about prolific property crime offenders that are creating chaos in our streets. And that's the difference between rhetoric and the results that people want to see. The fact of the matter is that crime and violence in our communities has never been worse than it is under this Premier and this government. Clint Melman, the London Drugs president and member of the Save Our Streets Coalition, said it best, and I quote, "Words don't mean much. We want to see measurable results." End of quote. The evidence is there in every smashed car window, every defaced storefront, and across every neighborhood in our province. People demand results, not rhetoric, not excuses. So when will the Premier end the soft-on-crime approach and finally admit that this catch-and-release playbook has utterly failed? And when will they commit to restoring consequences and treating all crime seriously?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government takes public safety very seriously. In fact, we have a cross-government approach through our Safer Communities Action Plan, where I'm joined by my colleagues making real investments on the ground for communities. Again, I was the only minister from across this country to advocate at the federal level for bail reform. We're investing in a repeat offenders initiative that's on-the-ground resources for our police officers, our Crown Counsel, our probation officers to surround themselves around repeat violent offenders. We've invested in more resources for RCMP officers. We're going to continue to take action, Mr. Speaker, because that's what we're about. Thank you.
Leader of the Official Opposition, second supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that we didn't see this 7 years ago. Under this Premier, we've seen rampant street disorder to become, as the NDP like to describe it, as the new normal. Apparently, we're supposed to just accept this as the new normal, which we don't, nor do the Save Our Streets Coalition, which is a grassroots alliance from Dawson Creek to Victoria, and they are rapidly seeing new members joining virtually daily because people and businesses are fed up with being afraid in their own neighborhoods, in their own workplaces, and when they go out to shop. So when will this soft-on-crime Premier and Attorney General realize that their failed policies and the reckless decriminalization they've overseen has fueled this explosion of violence and street disorder? And when will they actually treat all crime seriously and restore law and order to our communities?
Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, we've been investing in resources on the ground across communities to address the challenges that they're facing. In fact, communities across North America and this country are facing challenges when it comes to some incidents of crime. We know that communities need support, and we're doing that, Mr. Speaker. I had the chance to visit the repeat offender initiatives in Surrey and Vancouver that have been up and running for 4 months, 5 months now, and have 300 cases referred to them. They are looking at the most prolific offenders right now and figuring out how to keep communities safe by keeping them off the streets. And it's working, Mr. Speaker. And that was a program that was around in 2012 that was cut by that government. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to make invest in the resources needed to make the situation better. Thank you.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, violence, social disorder, and property crime has never been worse in British Columbia than it is today under this soft-on-crime Premier. The Premier's refusal to treat all crime seriously is also having a profound impact on British Columbians, costing each family $500 annually due to unchecked retail crime. The Save Our Streets Coalition highlights the huge costs of spiraling theft, a fact highlighted by the second wave of Operation Barcode by Vancouver Police, which netted 258 arrests and $57,000 in stolen merchandise. Now, despite the best efforts of police, under this Premier's catch-and-release justice system, nearly half of these arrests did not lead to charges. Incredible. When will the Premier stop his catch-and-release approach to justice in this province and treat all crime, including property crimes, seriously and with urgency?
Hear, hear. Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to correct a statistic there, which is just not true. Of the files that the BC Prosecution Service received from the VPD related to the Barcode project, over 83% were approved for charges.
House Leader Supplemental.
Mr. Speaker, for months now, the BC United Opposition has been consistently urging this NDP government to step up with supports for small businesses that have been hard hit by social disorder, chaos, property crimes, as a result of the Premier's deliberate policy choices. Now, these calls have been blatantly ignored by this government over the past year. With NDP foot-dragging, insufficient funding, and applications for the long overdue government aid program still yet to open, this is far too little and far too late. Even worse, if you want to apply for a crime prevention grant, your business is not eligible unless you or your neighbors have already been a victim of crime. That's getting the very idea of crime prevention a little bit backwards, don't you think? My question to the Premier is this: when will the Premier put a stop to his catch-and-release policies and treat all crimes in British Columbia, including property crimes and retail crimes, seriously and again with the urgency that small businesses and British Columbians deserve?
Minister of Jobs and Economic Development.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for the question. We are seeing challenges for small businesses in downtown cores all across Canada, all across North America. It's a concerning trend. Incidences of violence and crime, they worry us. It's important that small businesses and people working in small businesses feel safe. That's why we're doing a number of different things to address this challenge. The Safer Community Action Plan is a very important part of it, but also we met with small businesses and heard from them that they need some direct support. Our Securing Small Business Rebate is $2,000 to help small businesses that have been impacted, graffiti, break-ins, the like. It also can cover the deductible because, of course, businesses also have insurance, so the deductible can be used. The $1,000 is in addition to that to allow small businesses to purchase things like cameras and roll downs to provide some protection. The whole $3,000 can be applied for as of November 22nd, and it's backdated to January 1st, all of this year.
House Leader of Third Party.
Mr. Speaker, on the carbon tax, first the BC NDP flipped, but when they flopped, it was on to the right side of history. And while the United Liberal Conservatives chase runaway political rhetoric, this BC NDP government remains committed to the carbon tax, one important tactic to address runaway climate change. Gratitude to the Premier and his ministers. We stand with them in this effort.
On energy policy, though, Mr. Speaker, not so much. They failed to set binding climate targets, to track and report progress, and most notably to rapidly wind down fossil fuel production. Approving LNG Canada, wood fiber LNG, and cedar LNG make it impossible for us to honestly achieve our climate targets. And they lock fracking and LNG exports for decades. These are the opposites of climate action. The Premier stated we cannot continue to expand fossil fuel infrastructure and hit our climate goals. Honourable Speaker, my question is to the Premier. When will the Premier stand by his words and stop expanding fossil fuel infrastructure?
Minister of Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member both for the question and for his obvious commitment to action on climate change. We do, however, disagree on a number of matters. The member opposite and many people unfortunately focus on a narrow band to say none of the actions that we're taking in our comprehensive Clean BC plan is a commitment to meeting our climate targets. That's simply not true. We're taking action on transportation. We're taking action on home heating. We're taking action on decarbonizing industry. And we are taking action through our new Energy Action Framework in developing a regulatory cap on emissions from the oil and gas sector to meet our target of a minimum 33% reduction by 2030. That's what we're doing. We're also focusing through the major projects in Clean Energy Office on encouraging and supporting the development of clean energy and clean energy technologies in all its forms, as recently witnessed with the agreement of our Premier and the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador to collaborate on hydrogen production.
House Leader, third party supplemental.
Thank you. While we stand with this government in support of the carbon tax, we will continue to hold the government accountable to the commitments that they've made to ensure that we are on track to meeting our climate commitments. The hard truth in BC is that we're not heading in that direction. Incrementalism and empty rhetoric won't save us. Immediate and fulsome action will. The organization Canada Action is spreading misinformation about LNG with the Minister of Energy and Mines photo in their ads. Does she know that she's become the face of LNG and greenwashing? LNG does not reduce global emissions, as leading experts have repeated time and again. LNG will not be net zero, regardless of how many carbon offsets they purchase. So my question, Honourable Speaker, is to the Minister of Energy. What will she do to ensure that she does not continue to be the face of LNG in their misleading ad campaigns?
Minister of Energy and Mines.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you. And thank you to the member for the question. And yes, he's absolutely correct that my face may have appeared on ads of what companies want to put out there. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't change what this government stands for, and it doesn't change what I stand for. Mr. Speaker, following on the words of the Minister of Environment, this government takes climate action extremely seriously, has set in ambitious targets and a comprehensive Clean BC plan that has an extensive set of policies across all sectors to drive our emissions down. We know that we need to do this in a way that works for communities and works for people, and that's why we set up the new Energy Action Framework. We have the oil and gas emissions cap that's coming in. We know that this society is transitioning from fossil fuels into clean energy. The Clean Energy and Major Projects Office has been stood up to direct companies into government so that we can help them through the regulatory processes. We can help them make their final investment decisions. We've seen so much interest in hydrogen. We're seeing interest in biofuels. We know that mines want to electrify. We're working directly with Indigenous nations, with First Nations, to increase their equity stakes and the benefits that they'll receive from clean energy. Mr. Speaker, we are going to stay focused on this, laser focused on this. I appreciate the member's attention to this, and I appreciate the question. Thank you.
House Leader of the Fourth Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during the COVID-19 crisis, everyday hardworking people were sucked into a whirlpool of chaos caused by constantly changing rules, brutal restrictions on people's personal freedoms, and a heavy-handed approach that especially failed the most vulnerable British Columbians. Today, Mr. Speaker, British Columbia stands alone, against all evidence, as one of the only jurisdictions in the world to ban healthcare workers who choose not to take the jab because of ideological agenda of this extreme leftist NDP government and their unelected bureaucrats. In the midst of a healthcare staffing crisis, Dr. Bonnie Henry and this NDP government have banned thousands of healthcare workers from working in BC's hospitals, clinics, doctors' offices, and ERs. This NDP government is failing working class, everyday British Columbians, and so is Dr. Henry.
Question.
Enough's enough. Enough's enough.
Question, member.
Mr. Speaker.
Members, hold it. Member, question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to this NDP Premier: will he fire Dr. Bonnie Henry and hire back the thousands of healthcare workers who were wrongly kicked to the curb?
Minister of Health.
Well, I think, Honourable Speaker, people in BC know that we as a province, not the government, but the whole province, the people of BC, led the world in our response to COVID-19. We did so, Honourable Speaker, because we respected science, we respected our public health leaders, and we had an outstanding public health leader, Dr. Bonnie Henry, leading that. There are jurisdictions that have intervened to fire their provincial health officer. We are proud of ours, we support ours, and we're going to continue to do so.
House Leader of the Fourth Party Supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I vividly remember the briefing call I attended where Dr. Bonnie Henry used the term cajole to describe the vaccination update plan that she and the BC NDP had cooked up together. The Cambridge Dictionary defines the word cajole as, and I quote, cajole, to persuade someone to do something they might not want to do by pleasant talk and sometimes false promises, unquote. Mr. Speaker, let me say this, as a medical professional who is personally twice vaccinated, this is not about opposing the jab. It is about ending the medical tyranny of this NDP government and Dr. Bonnie Henry. Enough cajoling, enough coercing, and enough deflecting. It's time to be held accountable. My question to the NDP Premier, Mr. Speaker, will you fire Dr. Bonnie Henry, or do you want to wait for the working class, everyday British Columbians to elect a Conservative government and fire you both?
Minister of Health.
Honourable Speaker, people in this House will know that Dr. Henry has, yes, repeatedly briefed people in all political parties, repeatedly answered their questions, repeatedly asked for and received support as we sought to get people vaccinated. And I'd like to, in particular, point out the support of individual members of this House. My friend from Peace River South, in difficult times, stepped up. And you know why? Because the people most vulnerable to COVID-19 were the very people that the member talks about. How can you have so much contempt for people who live in long-term care? How can you have so much contempt for people who live in acute care? Like, Honourable Speaker, who have to be in acute care. How can you have, Honourable Speaker, when we know that it's the most vulnerable, who are most vulnerable to COVID-19, how can you take the view that we should have abandoned them? We had the best record, I think, in Canada in response. And we had the best record in Canada in response because Dr. Henry listened to people, she engaged with people, and she applied the best possible science to decisions, including, Honourable Speaker, the one the member is referring to. She is a great public health leader. I am proud to be associated with her, and I think it is shameful that she's been targeted in this way by a political party in this legislature. She has done a great, courageous, and remarkable job. I stand with her, and I hope everyone in this House does.
Thank you, members. Member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Violence and social disorder has never been worse in this province. Melanie and Troy of Walkwright Shoe Store are casualties of this Premier's failed catch and release policies. Last week, thieves shattered their store's large display window with a large rock and looted their business. Amid shattered glass, Melanie says, and I quote, "More importantly, they stole our family's livelihood, yet we are just supposed to shrug it off again. Repeat offenders aren't being held responsible, and they know there are no consequences," end quote. Mr. Speaker, when will this soft on crime Premier end his failed catch and release policies and restore accountability so that crimes have consequences in this province?
Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, everybody in this province deserves to feel safe. When we hear about incidents of violence and vandalism, of course we're all concerned. This isn't a government of taking action, and we're facing those challenges on all fronts. Mr. Speaker, we have a Safer Communities Action Plan. Me and my colleagues across government are investing in the types of resources that we know make a difference, including we're hiring more RCMP officers in communities throughout BC, especially rural communities. We stood up 12 repeat violent offender and intervention hubs, and those hubs are now up to close to 300 individuals, where they're circling around the most violent repeat offenders to making sure that these people are kept off the street. Mr. Speaker, we're investing in CAR programs to help with the mental health crisis. We're creating peer-assisted care teams to support people in crisis across this province. We are tackling this issue on every front, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to continue to do so. Thank you.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We hear more examples every day about emboldened criminals. Puria Saragard, a past violator of release conditions, was yet again on release conditions when he committed a brazen assault on a stranger. He viciously assaulted and choked a woman in broad daylight in a trail in Coquitlam, and police believe there's likely more victims. Throughout his career, this Premier has consistently prioritized offenders over victims. And it's even been said by former VPD officers when the Premier was with Pivot Legal, he was well known for protecting drug traffickers. A pattern that continues today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how can we expect the Premier to end his catch and release policy when his Attorney General, who oversees the BC Prosecution Service, has herself turned a blind eye to taxpayer-funded drug trafficking?
Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying when we hear about incidents of that violence and crime in community, of course, it's disturbing and it's for all of us. And we know that we need to take action. We are taking action, Mr. Speaker. It's a challenge that's been faced by communities across North America and Canada. I want to say that I see the impact of the resources that we're having on the ground right now. Repeat violent offending is a serious concern that we're tackling head on. We know that repeat violent offenders need to be kept off the street to keep communities safe, and we're tackling that on all fronts, Mr. Speaker. We are asking for bail reform at the federal level. We've led the charge across this country when it comes to that bail reform, and will continue to do so. I'm informed that it passed at the Senate today. I'll be speaking with Minister Barani to come up, to continue to advocate for that to pass quickly through the House of Commons. We need to keep at this issue, Mr. Speaker, and we're standing with communities to make sure that they're safe.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the government's been giving those same answers for years now, and in that time, we keep seeing results getting worse and worse and worse for people on the streets, and they feel less safe daily. The empty promises just simply ring hollow from a Premier and an Attorney General. The Premier has built his career on challenging law enforcement, even writing the book on how to sue the police. Exactly. Violent random attacks remain the NDP's new normal, as the explosion of violence that began under this Premier's watch as a soft-on-crime Attorney General continues on. Just the other day, a 67-year-old man was the latest victim of a violent random assault just mere blocks from this building near an elementary school as he got stabbed. With a track record of consistently favoring the rights of criminals, Mr. Speaker, who would expect anything other than more rampant violence that's exploded under this soft-on-crime Premier's watch?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've talked already about the programs that we're investing in, but I want to talk a little bit more about my visit to the Repeat Violent Offender Initiative hubs in Surrey and Vancouver, where I got to meet frontline workers, including probation officers and Crown Counsel, that are grateful for the resources we've given them to circle around repeat violent offenders, to make sure that they have better information when it comes to putting these people behind bars, to make sure they can problem solve, to see what that individual needs to break the cycle of violence and criminal activity. Mr. Speaker, we know that those 12 hubs across the province are working, and I'm glad that we're making that investment. Mr. Speaker, we had a program like this in 2012, and we know that that program was responsible for a reduction in repeat offending by 40%. They cut that program, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to invest in the resources that we need to make this issue better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Well, the attorney and the government can try to blame everyone else, but growing social disorder and crime rests squarely on this Premier's shoulders. The Premier's anti-law enforcement track record is crystal clear. In fact, this Premier authored a book called How to Sue the Police, and he also distributed laminated cards to drug dealers arming street-level criminals with the tactics to evade the police. Ex-Sergeant and VPD veteran Curtis Robinson says, and I quote, "The Premier stood in the way of active and effective enforcement. He drove a wedge between effective policing and those who were active in crime," end quote. That is the record of the Premier of British Columbia. So how in the world can the public ever trust this Premier to put the rights and the safety of law-abiding citizens over criminals?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the party opposite wants British Columbians to forget the cuts that they made across this province that hurt people and contributed to the challenges that we're facing today. They were wrong in their approach then. They made devastating cuts to social services. They help prevent crime and keep communities safe. They cut housing, they cut social services across this province. Mr. Speaker, we are doing the work to make our systems better, to respond to the challenges that we see today, and we will continue to do that work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Prince George Valemount supplemental.
Well, it's time for the Attorney General to look in the mirror. Violence and social disorder have never been worse in British Columbia. And the members opposite might want to mock and think that's funny. British Columbians do not think it is funny. When the Premier of British Columbia didn't bother to leave his militant activism at Pivot Legal behind, instead, what did he do? He brought his anti-police sentiments into his roles in government, undermining law enforcement at every single turn. Let's look at the facts. As Attorney General, this Premier oversaw a 75% increase in no-charge recommendations and a 40% decrease in the number of people in jail. That is his record. Stop looking in the rearview mirror and look in the mirror at this government's record. On his watch, we saw precedent established where the release of violent offenders before the ink dries on the police reports is not the exception, but the rule.
Members.
So when will the Premier prioritize the safety of innocent victims over criminals in British Columbia?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about turning a blind eye. What about money laundering in this province?
Members. Members will come to order now. Member. Attorney General has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member, please come to order. Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have been taking the issue of repeat violent attacks and offenders in this province very seriously. We stand with people and communities that are asking for the resources that they need to make this problem better, and we're doing that, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to do that work. Thank you.
The bell ends the question period. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call third reading for Bill 38, International Credentials Recognition Act.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move third reading on Bill 38, International Credentials Recognition Act.
Member, you heard the question. Is a third reading of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Bill 3823, International Credential Recognition Act, has been read third time and has passed.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. In this chamber, I call third reading Bill 34, Restricting Public Consumption of Illegal Substances Act.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move third reading for Bill 34, Restricting Public Consumption of Illegal Substances Act.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Division has been called. Member, the question is third reading of Bill 34, restricting public consumption of illegal substances act. Those in favor say aye, or sorry, stand up or indicate. Thank you. Please be seated. Those who oppose, please stand up or indicate. Thank you. Be seated. Madam Clerk will be now conducting a vote on members online.
Mr. Ashton?
Here.
Pardon me, Mr. Ashton?
I say yay.
Thank you. Ms. Chen? Mr. Lee?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Mr. Ross?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Sandhu?
I vote aye.
Thank you. And Ms. Watt?
I vote aye.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk. Member is online. Member.
Ms. Chen?
Maybe she's not connected. That's fine. Carry on.
Those voting aye, Chandra Herbert, Parmar, Sims, Babchuk, Coulter, Lohr, Malcolmson, Bear, Kang, Heyman, Osborne, Cullen, Baines, Dean, Bailey, Mercier, Brar, Russell, Rutledge, Starchuk, Rice, Phillip, Leonard, Chow, R. Singh, Whiteside, Callon, Conroy, Sharma, Dix, Robinson, Fleming, Alexis, Rankin, Ralston, Popham, Simons, Elmore, Glumac, Routley, Yao, Deeth, Donnelly, Green, Anderson, Chance, Sandhu, Dykeman, Padden, Begg, Singh, DeYoung, Dirksen, Millibar, Stone, Falcon, Bond, Halford, Ross, Oakes, Bernier, Peyton, Davies, Klovchuk, Morris, Kylo, Sturko, Kirkpatrick, Merrifield, Stewart, Ashton, Sturdy, Letnick, Taggart, and Walker. 77. Those voting nay, Firstnell, Olson, Rustad, Banman, 4.
Motion carried.
Bill 34, restricting public consumption of illegal substance act has been read third time and has passed.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. In this chamber, I call continued second reading for Bill 44, Housing Statute Residential Development Act. In the Douglas Fir Committee Room, I call for Bill 41, Forest Statutes Amendment Act. In the Third House Committee C, I call Committee of the Whole for Bill 39, Zero Emissions Vehicles Act.
Committee chairs.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Just going to wind up my remarks here on Bill 44, and I just wanted to read a couple of things into the record. I know that the member from Langford, Wanda Fuca, was talking about development in schools and had some choice words for the opposition. So I just wanted to point out, with regard to Bill 44 and, really, in my opinion, the lack of ability for this government to implement the type of infrastructure development that is truly needed in order for us to keep up, particularly with the plan for densification that this government is pushing. So in the member's own riding, actually, Superintendent Scott Stinson said there's currently 59 portables in the district, an all-time high, and I quote, "We try and guess where the growth is going to be, and where we need to put those portables," he said. School District Board Chair Amanda Dowie said that as residential development across the West Shore continues to expand, it's imperative that they be accompanied by new school infrastructure expansion. Having to buy and move portables puts us, quote, under extreme pressure on the district's operating budget, Dowie said. The more operational dollars spent on portables, the less we're able to spend on students. In 9 heavily populated elementary schools, much of the multi-purpose space normally used for activities like music, art, and drama has been converted to classroom spaces, a step the district called, quote unquote, a last resort. And I know that the member from Langford, Wanda Fuca, talked about new schools that were opening. In fact, there is a new school that is expected to open very soon, but unfortunately that elementary school is going to be at or near its 480 student capacity when it opens in 2025, which actually reminds me of another little infrastructure foible. You guys might remember the Patello Bridge in Surrey. A 4-lane bridge being replaced with 4-lane bridge by this NDP government. So here we have growth that's expected now to go in my community. It's going to skyrocket in an already probably leading the province in growth in terms of population, falling far behind in transportation infrastructure. And just like this school being opened and already full, they're going to open the Patello Bridge and it's already out of date. A 4-lane bridge with a 4-lane bridge. Honourable Chair, I also am hearing now from elected officials in my own community, from our City Council, and I wanted to read some of the comments here of one of the City Councillors, Linda Annis, who is on our City Council for Surrey, because she also has some concerns about the province's new housing rules. It says, province's new housing rules will put added pressure on infrastructure and schools. Recurring theme. This has all the markings of a very rocky ride for Surrey and its neighbourhoods as land prices soar, costly infrastructure needs replacing, and more students enroll in our already overcrowded schools. So here's a quote from our councillor. There isn't a single existing neighbourhood in Surrey that can cope with 4 or 6 homes on one lot without major improvements to infrastructure such as sewer and water, Councillor Annis noted. And at the same time, our schools are already overcrowded with more than twice the number of new students showing up in September than originally planned. Then add in how much land prices will soar when homeowners realize just how much their property is worth if 4 or 6 homes can be built on that current single-family lot. And when you add those all up, how can anyone say housing will be more affordable? Rather than 1 expensive home on a single-family lot, this change means that we could have up to 6 expensive homes on one lot. She also said, in Surrey, we're not keeping up with the growth that we already have. Imagine if we have an extra 20,000 students, which isn't that far-fetched under the new housing rules. Councillor Annis explained, the province is building new schools, but not enough, not fast enough, and as a result, we're falling further and further behind rather than catching up. These new housing rules only add more stress to a system that's hardly coping as it is. Provincial government has made the change, so it should be up to the province to explain how the new rules will create genuinely affordable housing and who is going to pay for all the required infrastructure. The province calls their plan gentle growth, but when you get down to the actual details and costs, it will be anything but gentle for cities like Surrey. Is the province coming to the table to build more infrastructure, schools, parks, playgrounds, pools, and added transit? Because the unintended consequences of putting 6 on one lot needs to be understood and costed, not just in terms of finance, but what it will do to neighbourhoods from a community perspective. And I couldn't agree more with our City Councillor. Thank you for the time, Honourable Chair, for allowing me to speak to Bill 44.
Thank you, Member. Member for Delta South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today and participate in this important debate. Mr. Speaker, I hate to bring this forward, but this is another heavy-handed NDP government issue with very little consultation to our local municipal governments and regional districts, virtually no consultation and overreach to our municipalities. And to me, Mr. Speaker, I feel this is coming down on the democracy of our municipal governments and their ability and their years of hard work and planning with their OCPs and their regional zonings in their districts, including my municipality of Delta, where I spent several years on Delta City Council, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that we put in many, many hours of designing our official community plan and coming up with zonings for North Delta and for Tsawwassen and for the Ladner areas. I wonder at this point now what will become of some of our local councils, because, you know, on Delta City Council, a lot of our work at council meetings was dealing with zoning issues, people coming forward with 2-lot splits, 3-lot splits, very controversial. We spent a lot of time on that. And of course, these often went to public hearing, and it looks as though now the general public of my community of Delta will not have that opportunity to come forward and at least speak to these provisions of 2-lot splits, 3-lot splits, and of course now Bill 44 is suggesting that a single-family lot could be demolished, the house could be demolished, and could be replaced with anywhere up to 4 and possibly even 6 residences. So again, as I'll speak later to this, can the municipality of, for instance, my municipality of Delta, handle this density and the infrastructure that goes along with adding density to the area? Mr. Speaker, housing is top of mind for every British Columbian, and we need to ensure we are making the correct decisions for those living here now and those who will live here in the future. Everyone in this chamber knows that we need to build more housing, but after 7 years and 2 elections, the NDP has repeatedly failed to do so. This province needs better housing plan than what the NDP is currently offering. After 2 terms and 7 years in government, just 15% of the 114,000 government-built homes promised by the NDP have opened today. A shocking lack of results, but nothing new from this government. Whether you're a renter, an owner, a senior, or a young person, the price of housing is higher than it has ever been, and right now, far too many British Columbians are struggling under the weight of steadily increasing costs. As a result of this NDP government's inability to build more housing, BC now has the worst housing affordability in North America. On the Premier's watch, rent now costs over $3,000 monthly in Vancouver for a 1-bedroom apartment. A Surrey townhouse that used to cost $300,000 in 2012 now costs $900,000. This government claims that Bill 44 will help build 130,000 homes over the next 10 years. By contrast, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation says we need to build 610,000 additional housing units by 2030 to restore affordable housing. And if this plan falls well short of that, Mr. Speaker, BC has the highest rents in Canada and the worst housing affordability in North America. The NDP's housing targets are set at only 75% of the real need and well below the CMHC guidelines to restore affordability. Robert Barry of the pro-density group Homes for Living said in the Vancouver Sun that the NDP is taking, and I quote, politically convenient route with moderate targets that don't solve the core issue. Even if after these changes there are so many things holding up housing that the NDP refused to address. One is Metro Vancouver is planning to triple development cost charges on new housing, adding up to $25,000 to the cost of a new home. The backlogs, delays, and regulations at the residential tenancy branch make it next to impossible for mom-and-pop landlords to rent out their basement suites or laneway homes. The implementation of the STEP code for new buildings is going to add up to $50,000 per home due to the requirement for advanced mechanical systems and ultra-high performance windows. And we've seen with the village of Lytton, costly archaeological requirements and massive backlogs within the archaeological branch, and they are holding up housing for years, not just for days. And Mr. Speaker, I can give you an example of a situation in my own riding of Delta South, where a builder who is so pumped to get started to tear down a home in Boundary Bay, which is a part of Tawasin, and he was all ready to go with his crew. The owners, an elderly couple that wanted to get a new house built on that property, and they spent months and months, Mr. Speaker, waiting for answers from government, waiting for permits, and when they finally got the permits, they had to spend about $13,000 to bring in an archaeological dig company to do some examination of the ground before they could get started building the new home in Boundary Bay in Tawasin. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to look at Bill 44, and it's very interesting. Let's talk about the Agricultural Land Reserve in British Columbia, Bill 52 and Bill 15, that put strict requirements for housing on farmland in British Columbia. And I think most people in this House would agree that I am a person that really believes the next generation of young people moving with their family need a place to live on the farm if they want to continue to be part of the farming with their parents and possibly their grandparents. So Bill 44 says anywhere in British Columbia over 5,000 people, you can take a single family lot, demolish that house, and replace it with a fourplex, or possibly even 6. But in the words of my colleague from Abbotsford West, he said, "Isn't this interesting that you can actually have more houses on a single-family lot in Vancouver than you can on a 500-acre farm in British Columbia, where we only allow basically 2 homes on a 500-acre single-title farm in British Columbia." Mr. Speaker, it's glaringly apparent that this bill presents a substantial gap that we as responsible representatives cannot explore. This gap raises concerns and doubts about the bill's efficacy and practicality. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to quote from Mr. Rosa. I quote, "Proposed legislation introduced by the BC NDP last Wednesday will force municipalities to greenlight multi-unit housing on single-family lots, whether they like it or not." This goes on to say, and I quote, "The government's hope is that flooding the market with more units, either to own or rent, will bring down the cost of housing in cities. However, housing researchers have studied the strategy in New Zealand and the US. They are divided over whether it will temper hot real estate markets, pointing to evidence that while such policies can bring down rental prices through increased supply, it also inflates land prices as homeowners jockey to sell to the highest bidding developer," Mr. Speaker. Then I can go on to quote also from Mr. Palmer, and I quote, "Henceforth, municipalities will have to plan and zone in line with guidelines set out in a provincial government policy manual. The manual will set clear provincial expectations in terms of setbacks, height restrictions, parking, and lot coverage, according to the government's PowerPoint summary of the legislation. However, the New Democrats did not release the policy manual. That will come later when the Cabinet gets around to approving the guiding set of regulations. Yes, this looks to be another legislative rush job. Many of the blanks will be filled in after the fall session is over, when the opposition is no longer able to debate the contents in this House. Municipalities wondering how this will play out, almost all of them, I bet, will just have to wait for the NDP manual." And to go further, Mr. Speaker, with Mr. Palmer's quote of November the 8th, the NDP government, I quote, "The NDP government's drive to impose multi-unit housing on single-family neighbourhoods has provoked a backlash from local leaders over the lack of detail and the short time they've been given to adjust. The ham-fistedness of the threat combined with the vagueness of the delivery is forcing municipal leaders to play a guessing game. One of the strongest reactions came from Burnaby Mayor Mike Hurley. It's a massive change, said Hurley, and I don't think anyone really realizes how big a change this is, whether it's good or bad, he added, referring to the total lack of detail. Because of the 6-month time frame, there'll be no community input for any of this stuff, said Hurley. I'm not sure that the provincial government has the same level of expertise when it comes to planning as cities do, so that's a concern. He scoffed at the government's offer of a $51 million fund to support municipalities in adapting to the changes. That's a drop in the bucket when spread over the infrastructure and resource needs of some 85 municipalities, large and small, he said. Then we move on to Mayor Eric Woodward of Langley. Another, and I quote, another mayor who raised concerns like those expressed by Hurley was Eric Woodward of Langley Township. Woodward expressed doubts that communities will be able to densify single-family neighborhoods without creating significant challenges on sewer, water, school sites, park sites, public safety, capacity, road capacity, and parking requirements. But this is the only way for our citizens to voice their concern, and the opportunity for public hearings for a lot of these issues are going to be taken away. Mr. Speaker, nearly all the details about how this legislation is going to be implemented are supposed to be contained in a policy manual, which won't be published until after this legislation is passed. This missing policy manual is said to include important practical details like setbacks, height restrictions, parking, and lot coverage. And like I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, when I was on Delta City Council, one of the #1 things that took up our time at Monday night council meetings, which still do to this day, is people being able to come out and speak about what's happening in their neighborhood and challenging the area plan and the zoning bylaws for North Delta, South Delta, and Ladner. And looking at the OCP and Mr. Speaker, the opportunity to have public hearings once a month where people could come out and at least democratically get to the microphone and speak about whether they were in favor of a 2-lot split or a 3-lot split was available. Now, with the government overburdening policy here, public hearings will not even be take place anymore, and people will not have the opportunity to challenge whether there's a 4-plex in their neighborhood, a 5-plex, or even 6 houses added. This lack of detail makes this bill nothing more than a marketing document reflecting this government's pattern of empty announcements with no details, no tracking, and poor results to date. The lack of essential details in this bill is not in the best interests of anyone in our province. It leaves the public in a state of uncertainty, unable to gauge the true impact and potential consequences of this legislation. It is not a secret that the NDP tends to make announcements without providing the necessary tools for implementing those promises. Mr. Speaker, this pattern reinforces the notion that our government is not adequately prepared to tackle the housing crisis and make life more affordable for British Columbians. What the people of this province need are not empty announcements, but concrete, well-thought-out plans and strategies that yield tangible results. The lack of transparency and details in this bill only perpetuates the frustration and skepticism that many residents feel. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that government we entrust with our well-being provides more than mere words. They must provide comprehensive solutions and a clear path forward. This government has shown time and time again they are not the right people to build housing and make life more affordable in British Columbia. And another example, Mr. Speaker, of a situation in my riding of Delta South, I know the provincial government is the funding behind Red Door Housing, which are in charge of a facility in Ladner called the Ladner Willows, and it's become an extremely disappointing and controversial building that was built for low-income families, only built in the 1980s, and yet it is so deplorable with mold, with rust, with roof leaks and whatnot. And this facility on Ladner Trunk Road in Ladner, called the Ladner Willows, has 48 units, and up until now, almost 42 of the 48 have been boarded up with plywood, and it's been sitting like that for at least 5 years now, with no provision from the government to move forward and get people back into this facility or have this facility torn down and rebuilt for low-income families in Ladner. Mr. Speaker, the Premier confessed as much as at a gathering of NDP insiders at the Broadbent Institute in September, and I quote, "We're not going to solve the housing crisis, the opioid crisis, the healthcare challenges. We're not going to solve all those issues in British Columbia between now and the next election," end quote. Moreover, there are large portions of this legislation that won't come into effect even until after the next election. Interim housing needs reports don't need to be completed until after the next election in December 2024. Official community plans don't need to be redesigned until the end of December 2025. What this legislation also fails to do is fix the massive amount of taxes that are blocking new housing construction, including Metro Vancouver's plan to move more than triple the fees on new housing. It's simple. Additional housing costs are the exact opposite of what British Columbians need right now. To make housing more affordable, we need to make building housing less expensive, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the NDP, we want to build high density where it is needed most, not urban sprawl. People want to afford a home that is close to transit and has an easy commute to work or school. Those are the homes that we want to build. That means smart urban density in our downtowns as opposed to the outskirts of town. While building more housing is undoubtedly a priority, it's crucial that we focus on the right locations. And when you speak of right locations, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about a project of housing in Delta South that I'm very proud of. It's called the Southlands property in Boundary Bay, and it's the old Spetafor farm that consisted of 537 acres, and back in 1989 was the longest public hearing ever held in Canada by a municipality. And it finally came back to us in Delta about the year 2012 or 2013, where the owner said, look, I own this 537 acres, it's kind of fallow farmland, some of it's pretty decent, some of it was poor. But the owner said, look, I want to put forward a project of housing in this area. And we finally came to an agreement as Delta City Council, and we said to the owner, we will give you 20% of that 537 acres of the poorest land, sandy, salty land of this 537 acres. And if you will give back to the City of Delta the 80% of the 537 acres and also throw in $9 million of money to improve the drainage and irrigation of the 80%. And what a success this has become of planned housing development in South Delta in the Tawasin area, where we're not only building condominiums, single-family homes, apartment buildings, townhouses, but we're also adding, it's a community now. There's coffee shops, there's a little store, there's going to be a Four Winds pub. It's one of the greatest things that's happened to Delta. And over 350 acres of farmland that had the $9 million improvement to it for drainage and irrigation. I've never seen anything so successful. We've got 3 different farmers out there growing potatoes, growing grain, growing corn, and it's just a great success story. And that's why I think municipalities need to have the ability to design and move forward some of their own housing projects without the government telling them how they should run their business and how they should do it. People are naturally drawn to Delta as a place to live. Delta boasts thriving spaces, including restaurants and breweries, which people want to enjoy. To promote these aspects, we must strategically plan housing developments rather than allow unchecked urban sprawl. We don't want to end up like California, where urban sprawl is rampant and traffic jams mean it takes hours to get home. Residents desire homes that are located near transit options, enabling easy commutes to work or school. The essence of our housing strategy should be to fulfill this need efficiently. This means focusing on development in the right places, ensuring access to necessary amenities. Mr. Speaker, this is very important because in Delta, we do not have the best transit options. And if we're going to add density to areas of Delta South and areas of Ladner, areas of North Delta, we have to have efficient transit so that people can not have to get in their vehicles and drive to work, but they can properly be able to take a bus. And a good example is Tilbury Industrial Park, which employs thousands and thousands of workers that almost cannot get there in any kind of a rapid fashion on our transit system from Vancouver or Coquitlam or Burnaby or wherever they happen to come from. So what I'm saying is, if we are going to add all this density of 4plexes and 6 houses in our suburban areas, we have to make sure that we have the proper transit facilities, including the new bridge that we were going to put up to replace the George Massey Tunnel. This legislation will increase density, Mr. Speaker, to 142 units per hectare on average, which is a significant increase for suburban areas, compared to 18 units per hectare in Coquitlam. Can you imagine, in Delta, we allow approximately 17 to 27 units per hectare of density, and yet this legislation will now allow 142 units per hectare of density. This will not sit well with a lot of people in my rather conservative area of South Delta, Tsawwassen, and Ladner. But there are no details or plans to address what is required to support all these homes. The NDP hasn't even figured out how to pay for the massive costs of this infrastructure, and because of those costs, housing is going to be very expensive unless we get taxes, fees, and red tape out of the way. Who is going to pay for the infrastructure, the sidewalks, the hydrants, the DCCs, the water, the sewer, the schools, the upgrades to sidewalks, the upgrades to road in some of our subdivisions? There is a role for the province to be stepping up to the plate here, but the best they can do is recycle old announcements that are massively over budget. Mr. Speaker, British Columbians are tired of this same rhetoric, seeing the same projects re-announced, but with no new affordable housing to show for it. The approach to housing development in Delta and throughout British Columbia must be strategic, thoughtful, and aligned with the desires and needs of the residents. We aim to create thriving communities with well-planned housing. Unfortunately, and this is something I consistently hear from my constituents, they are frustrated with the current status of infrastructure, namely the Massey Tunnel. As it stands, people may be hesitant to move to my riding because of the congestion they face, which can add on a huge amount of time for commuters and people in the trucking industry. My constituents are beyond frustrated waiting for a replacement for the congested, seismically unsafe George Massey Tunnel. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk a little bit about density and new housing going into Ladner. I can tell you that Ladner, as we speak, is currently adding a lot of density and housing to an area right along the Fraser River called Hampton Cove or Captain's Cove Marina area. We have a huge amount of new houses going up, as I just spoke about earlier in Tsawwassen, the Southlands project. And Mr. Speaker, Ladner is a population of about 25,000 people, and believe it or not, there's only one exit to get out of Ladner in the mornings, in the afternoons, in the evenings, one exit to get out of Ladner to meet Highway 17A if you would like to go to White Rock, or to the U.S. border, or if you like to approach the George Massey Tunnel to get to work or to get to appointments. With the bridge, we were going to have a second exit coming out of Ladner on River Road, which would simply go underneath the bridge and be able to connect people over by the new casino and quickly get them into the tunnel. So we'd have two exits to support the density and building of houses in Ladner and Tsawwassen. But with this George Massey Tunnel replacement, we don't know that it's ever going to happen or take place, but they have killed the opportunity for the second exit out of Ladner with this plan for the Massey submerged tunnel, which, without getting into all details, is an environmental nightmare. And I could speak for 3 hours just about my feelings of this tunnel replacement. More, please. The project included 10 lanes, Mr. Speaker.
If the member might speak to the bill, that would be appreciated.
I'm certainly speaking about the density of new homes going up 4plexes and 6plexes in Ladner, and the ability for them to get out and get to work or to get to medical appointments. The project included 10 lanes, 2 of which were dedicated to transit, major upgrades to the Stevenson and Highway 17A interchanges, highway widening, and the potential to see light rapid transit come to south of the Fraser. The government took all away of this from my constituents when they ripped up the BC Liberals government's plan in 2017. Instead, commuters continue to wait, possibly for 10 more years for this replacement. Every time I talk about the Massey Tunnel, I feel like I should pull out my notes from 5 years ago because nothing has changed. Not a shovel has gone into the ground to replace the aging George Massey
if the member
Tunnel.
might demonstrate the connection to the bill, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in contrast to the NDP, we will be offering a real plan that prioritizes green urban density over unmanaged sprawl. Their record speaks for itself when it comes to housing. With the NDP's continuous lack of results, there is no reason to believe they will be any more successful this time than they have been in the past. Mr. Speaker, we should be flooding the zone with all kinds of new housing, condos, townhomes, apartments, market rentals, affordable rentals, along with building and infrastructure like transit, childcare, and schools that growing communities need and deserve. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on Bill number 44. Thank you.
Minister of State for Childcare.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I won't speak long to this bill, but I did want to rise to voice my support for this bill and the steps forwards that it takes. And in part, I'm inspired to stand and speak to it by some of the things that I've heard from the opposition. I think it's pretty clear that we're going to have formal opposition to this bill from the other side. But some of the things I wanted to respond to are some of the ways in which members of the opposition have been talking about homes for families and people being able to let out their dogs and raise their families in communities. Mr. Speaker, the kinds of housing that we're talking about in this...
If members could turn off their technology, I think we're hearing it and we don't need to. Thanks. Please proceed. Sorry, Minister.
Thank you. The housing that we're talking about in this legislation is family housing. In my community, dense and diversified housing is homes to families of all kinds in every community, in every neighborhood of Victoria Beacon Hill. And I think the attempts to frame this as not good for families to either rent or own is disingenuous when we need diversified housing. When there's opportunities in densified communities to have walkability, to have connection with neighbor, and this is not just neutral for family housing, this has the potential to be net positive. I also was listening to my colleague from Delta South and a few of the quotes that he raised. And Mr. Speaker, since the member from Delta South raised a few quotes from constituents of mine, from organizations in my community, I felt the need to set the record straight. Mr. Speaker, the organizations that the member was speaking to are strongly in support of this legislation before us. They are in support of what they have described to me as bold and positive steps forward. And so, Mr. Speaker, for the member opposite to take quotes from these individuals who believe that this is good legislation, that this is important and significant steps forward, is a misrepresentation. And Mr. Speaker, the member also referenced public hearings, including the longest public hearing in history. And I'll say, Mr. Speaker, the notion that we don't have urgency in addressing housing needs, that the kinds of consultations and community conversations that happen as part of the official community planning aren't important contributions is, again, I think, off the mark in terms of what we need to rise to address the housing crisis. I've been a part of a number of neighborhood planning sessions here in Victoria as part of the villages and corridors planning. And the proactive outreach that happens during this kind of community planning, where city staff, where volunteers are part of groups that do this planning, that pop up at the local pool, that set up coffees in neighbors' houses, to get a sense of what people want their neighborhoods and communities to look like. That contribution, that kind of community consultation should be recognized as good input into designing our neighborhoods and should be treated with the respect of the time and energy that people give to that. What we've got currently is that there is these neighborhood and official community plans, and people put their energy into sharing their vision for a neighborhood, their vision for housing, their vision for their city. And then we also do a building by building additional conversation. And what I have observed in my time involved in housing conversations in my community is that folks who are underhoused, who face housing insecurity, are less able to participate in those one-by-one development conversations. As a parent, I took my then 6-year-old to many public hearings on housing. And more than once, I was not able to speak because it went well into the night in a way that, again, doesn't work for families. Whereas that input in that ongoing vision of a community, official community plan, sets some of what can be built where. And so to suggest that one form of consultation should just be disregarded and on a one-by-one basis, when we face urgency, when we face the need to honor that consultation in an official community plan, that visioning of what a city should look like and where housing should go, is, I think, really important. And again, Mr. Speaker, just to speak to some of the quotes that were raised in the previous member's speech, we have housing advocates who have been part of how we got here, part of this conversation to move the needle on how and where and when we build housing. I am very much looking forward to new opportunities when a single-family dwelling in my community is taken down for something other than an even bigger, even more expensive single-family dwelling to be built. Let's be clear, if folks want single-family dwellings, they can build them there. But many families for many families, those single-family dwellings are unattainable when it comes to cost. And many families are also interested in townhouses, in small multi-unit buildings because of what they offer for living in communities, for connections to neighbors. And so I think what we've got here is not a restriction on what can be built, but an opening up of opportunities for more density, for more robust and full neighborhoods, and Mr. Speaker, for what it will mean for my community and for families, for individuals looking for more housing options and more housing security in the future. I am in favor of this and in support of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Richmond North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is such a great honor for me to rise today and join many of my passionate and committed colleagues who already spoke so eloquently on this bill. We really wish the NDP MLAs from different municipalities can also stand up and tell us why they should support this bill. It's such an important debate that I think many of us should participate as what we do from our caucus. Housing is really the talk of town now, and it's the top of mind for many British Columbians, including, of course, my constituency in my riding of Richmond North Centre, and also many of the residents in the city of Richmond. In the city of Richmond, the number of people over age 65 will substantially increase by 2041. They will represent 26% of the population in 2041, compared with 14% in 2011. The over 75 age group will represent 15% of the population in 2041, compared to 6% in 2011. Some will be active and healthy, and others will be frail and will have health problems associated with advancing age. This will have much implication for government to provide affordable housing and suitable housing and other services or special programs to these age groups in the community. And that's why government must ensure that we are making the correct decisions for those living in our province now and for those who will live in BC in the future. Everyone in this chamber knows that we need to build more housing. But unfortunately, after 7 years and 2 elections, the NDP has repeatedly failed to do so. This province needs a better housing plan than what the NDP is offering. After 2 terms and 7 years in government, what has this NDP government done? Sadly, just 15% of the 114,000 government-built homes promised by the NDP have opened today. What a shocking lack of results. Whether you are a renter, an owner, a senior, or a young person, the price of housing is higher than it has ever been. And right now, far too many British Columbians are struggling under the weight of steadily increasing costs. According to the CBC News report in March 2022, is last year, but now it's even worse. Many Richmond residents have been pushed out of their city because of the shortage of reasonable priced rentals. The CBC News report said that the bulk of new construction in Richmond is creating privately owned condos and not purpose-built rentals. Data from Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation says Richmond recorded 703 rental housing starts and 5,495 strata condo starts from 2018 to 2021. Recent immigrants from Hong Kong, many of them live in the city of Richmond, said they were all taken by surprise how expensive and unaffordable to settle down in the Lower Mainland, including, of course, the city of Richmond. And many of these immigrants have moved to the neighboring province of Alberta, even though they much prefer living in our beautiful province. They simply cannot afford the high cost of living, including unaffordable housing prices or rental, skyrocketing grocery bills, transportation costs, etc. So our province and the city of Richmond are losing these professional immigrants who have so much skills and talents and working experience to contribute to our province. As a result of the NDP government's inability to build more housing, BC now has the worst housing affordability in North America. On the Premier's watch, rent now costs over $3,000 monthly in Vancouver for a one-bedroom apartment. A Surrey townhouse that used to cost $300,000 in 2012 now costs over $900,000. This government claims that Bill 44 will help build 130,000 homes over the next 10 years. By contrast, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation says we need to build 610,000 additional housing units by 2030 to restore affordable housing. and this plan falls well short of that. BC has the highest rents in Canada and the worst housing affordability in North America. If you are thinking about owning a townhouse, how much does it cost now? Up 33% to $1 million. How about a single-family home? Well, approaching $2 million. The NDP housing targets are set at only 75% of the real need and well below federal CMHC guideline to restore affordability. Robert Berry of the Pole-Density Group Homes for Living said in the Vancouver Sun that the NDP is taking a politically convenient route with moderate targets that don't solve the core issue. Brendan Omerson, chief economist of the BC Real Estate Association, notes that even if targets are met, they fall short of what's needed for affordability. Even if after these changes, there are so many things holding up housing that the NDP refused to address. Metro Vancouver is planning to triple development cost charges on new housing, adding up to $25,000 to the cost of a new home. The backlogs, the delays, and the regulations at the residential tenancy branch make it next to impossible for mom-and-pop landlords to rent out their basement suites or laneway homes. The implementation of the step code for new buildings is going to add up to $50,000 per home due to the requirement of advanced mechanical systems and ultra-high performance windows. The development approvals process review also cites a backlog caused by constant referrals to the Ministry of Transportation for developments within 800 meters of a provincial road and a lack of authority for the ministry to create latecomer agreements, resulting in reluctance for developers to bear the high cost of being the first to develop, including in areas identified as important for meeting community objectives. As we have seen with the village of Lytton, costly archaeology requirements and massive backlogs within the archaeology branch are holding up housing for years, not days. The Premier, the Housing Minister, and the entire NDP caucus should open up their hearts to listen to the voices of renters. Let me quote some remarks from our renters. Lisa O'Sullivan, her son Cecil Gunn, cousin Sandra McMath, and mother Betty McQuire live in Richmond in a building that's shared by another family of renters and are looking for a place that gives them their own space. O'Sullivan says that they want to stay in Richmond but cannot find a place they can afford within the city after searching for 2 years. Teresa China, a housing outreach worker who is homeless, I quote her, "My job is outreach with the most vulnerable people in the province, but I myself am homeless," end quote. Bertha Oza, who waited for hours in line to see just one apartment, I quote him, "It becomes like Hunger Games. We are fighting to get the place," end quote. And Kita Go, a renter, I quote, "Housing is unaffordable. Groceries are going up. Rent is going up. It's making me consider moving out," end quote. Paula Hudson Lin is losing her apartment in Nelson. I quote her, "Here I am, at 71, looking for housing in a 0.6% rental vacancy market," end quote. As a result of the affordability challenge, birth rates have plunged to a 15-year low. Michelle Sicker, a new mother forced to move, quote, "The prospect of having a baby in a new community, far from friends and family, was hard to swallow, end quote. The Metro Vancouver homeless count shows that homelessness is at record highs under the NDP, up 34% from 2017. A letter to the editor of Richmond News by Donna Copis applaud Councillor Cashy for putting forth a motion calling for an immediate action plan to address the homelessness crisis in Richmond. Donna said it is clear from the 2023 Official Homeless Council final report that the current strategy is not effective. The increase for all of Metro Vancouver was 32%. In Richmond, it was 91%. Donna added that the report also highlights the fact that the majority of people experiencing homelessness are in their home community. They are not somehow being imported for drifting into our community. They grew up here, and this is their home. Before taking a detailed look at this bill, Bill 44 Housing Statute Residential Development Amendment Act 2023, let's listen to the mayors of several municipalities with regard to their thoughts about this NDP bill. I know that my colleague from Delta South have already talked about some of them. I think it doesn't harm us to listen once again how they feel, because they are the one who understand the housing issue in their local municipalities. Burnaby Mayor Mike Hurley is the first mayor to strongly criticize this bill as too much, too soon. Mayor Hurley said it seemed like a province had not put, I quote, any thought into any of this, end quote. Mayor Hurley told Burnaby now, I quote him, it's a massive change, and I don't think anyone really realized how big a change this is, whether it's good or bad, end quote. He said, also noting that there were hardly any details with this new announcement, hardly any details. Mayor Hurley worried about the possibility of speculation and if land values on single-family lots could double or triple. He questioned how properties would be taxed when lots have the potential for 4 or 6 units and assessed on highest and best use. Mayor Hurley is also concerned about infrastructure. He said many of Burnaby's neighborhoods were built in the 1950s and 1960s with smaller pipes for sewers and water. Let me quote him. He said, who is going to pay to replace all those pipes with bigger pipes and then the infrastructure that goes with handling those bigger pipes, end quote. Well, the province has planned a $51 million fund to support municipalities with the changes, but Mayor Hurley said that money won't be enough when split between all the municipalities when the new legislation affects. Let me quote him again. That's really a drop in the bucket when it comes to infrastructure, end quote. Mayor Hurley also said there should be much more consultation with the municipalities. I'm hoping that the NDP MLA could have consulted with their local municipalities, and this kind of comments would not have come about. Let me quote Mayor Hurley once again. I'm not sure that the provincial government has the same level of expertise when it comes to planning as city do, and so that's a concern, end quote. This new legislation will also eliminate parking requirements for projects within 400 meters of frequent transit, an issue Burnaby Council has been arguing over for months. Just 3 weeks ago, the Burnaby Council approved reduced parking requirements within 800 meters of SkyTrain station, but they were reductions, not an elimination. Let me quote Mayor Hurley once again. We work on things, and the province then comes out and does something, without talking to us. And it's very frustrating, end quote. Burnaby's bylaws will have to comply with the provincial rules by the end of June next year. Mayor Hurley said, I quote him again, there will be no community input into any of this stuff, end quote. And the province is also asking municipality to update their official community plan every 5 years. Mayor Hurley said it would likely mean more work for city staff years ahead. Well, Mayor Hurley is not the only mayor who expresses, frustration with this Bill 44. Another mayor who saw the concern raised by Mayor Hurley is Mayor Eric Woodward of Langley Township. Mayor Woodward told Postmedia that the NDP government's implementation timeline is completely, quote, unrealistic. Mayor Woodward suspects it has more to do with the looming provincial election than any concern with long-term planning. Mayor Woodward expressed doubts that communities will be able to densify single-family neighborhoods, quote, without creating significant challenges on sewer, water, school sites, park sites, public safety capacity, road capacity, and parking requirements. This one-size-fits-all approach is really going to create a lot of problems here, end quote. Well, there's another mayor. Acting Sook Mayor Al Beddoes says one of the immediate effects of the legislation would be to send his municipality back to square one on a community housing plan that has just consumed several years' effort and $200,000. This acting mayor also questioned the government's wisdom in getting rid of public hearings once the new community plans are final. He told CKNW, I quote him, they say public hearings are a nuisance and usually negative, and I guess they are, but it is the only way for our citizens to voice their concern, end quote. He also raised an important prospect. The ban on public hearing is intended to curb the forces of NIMBY, not in my backyard. Well, as Wong Palmer of Vancouver Sun said, in the brave new world of provincial government dictator zoning, residents may not learn about the transformation of their single-family neighborhood until the construction crews descend, when it will be too late for them to do anything about it. How sad. Wong Palmer in his column pointed out that Mayor Hurley, Mayor Woodward, Acting Mayor Beddoes are not the only local government leaders raising legitimate concern about the NDP's rush job zoning legislation. He said that each of the mayors represent a community represented in the legislature by NDP MLAs who should be alert to the violent criticism of local government leaders. I fully agree with Wong Palmer that our NDP MLAs on the other side of the House should talk to their local government leaders and understand their concern, who know their local housing issue better than the Premier and the Housing Minister. Now, let's take a look at this bill, Bill 44. Well, there's a lack of details. There's also a major gap in this bill that we have no ability to explore. Nearly all the details about this legislation is going to be implemented are supposed to be contained in a policy manual, which will not be published until after this legislation is passed. This missing policy manual is said to include important practical details like setbacks, height restriction, parking, and lot coverage. Well, this lack of details makes this bill nothing more than a marketing document, reflecting this government's pattern of empty announcement with no details, no tracking, and poor results to date. This government has shown time and time again they are not the right people to build housing and make life more affordable in British Columbia. The Premier confessed as much at a gathering of NDP insider at the Broadband Institute this September. I quote him, "We are not going to solve the housing crisis, the opioid crisis, the healthcare challenges. We are not going to solve all those issues in British Columbia between now and the next election," end quote. Moreover, there are a large portion of this legislation that won't come into effect until after the next election. Interim housing needs report don't need to be completed until after the next election in December 2024. Official community plans don't need to be redesigned until the end of December 2025. What this legislation also fails to do is fix the massive amount of taxes that are blocking new housing construction, including Metro Vancouver's plan to more than triple fees on new housing. It's simple. Additional housing costs are the exact opposite of what British Columbians need right now to make housing more affordable. We need to make building housing less expensive. Unlike the Premier and the NDP, we want to build high density where it is needed most, not urban sprawl. People want to afford a home that is close to transit and has an easy commute to work or school. Those are the homes that we want to build. That means smart urban density in our downtowns as opposed to the outskirts of town. We don't want to end up like California, where urban sprawl is rampant and traffic jam means it takes hours to get home. This legislation will increase density to 142 units per hectare on average, which is a significant increase for suburban areas compared to 18 units per hectare in Coquitlam. But there's no mention of how the government is going to improve the infrastructure to go along with density. That shows that the government lacks foresight, lacks comprehensive plan at all. There are no details or plan to address what is required to support all these homes. The NDP has not even figured out how to pay for the massive cost of this infrastructure. And because of those costs, housing is going to be very expensive unless we get taxes, fees, and red tape out of the way. There is a role for the province to be stepping up to the plate here. But the best they can do is recycle old announcements that are massively over budget. British Columbians are tired of the same old rhetoric seeing the same projects we announced, but with no new affordable housing to show for it. In contrast to the NDP, we will be offering a real plan that prioritizes green urban density over unmanaged sprawl. The record speaks for itself when it comes to housing. With the NDP's continuous lack of result, there's no reason to believe they will be any more successful this time than they have been in the past. The only people who can truly fix this mess are our BC United Caucus, with a bold vision to build homes and avoid cost escalation. We should be flooding the zone with all kinds of new housing, condos, townhomes, apartments, market rentals, affordable rentals, along with building the infrastructure like transit, childcare, and schools that growing communities need and deserve. To do that, we need a comprehensive plan that meets the diverse needs of BC community. And that's what you can expect from a BC United government. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It's been interesting to listen to the debate on this bill. I hope everybody takes the time to listen to the member for Saanich North and the Islands speech yesterday, which I think was not just a wonderfully delivered, but thoughtful and deeply important part of the conversation on housing in BC. I'm going to follow his lead. I think I would like to say that it would be quite a different thing if we were starting this debate and this conversation about housing with the assertion that it's a human right, that there should be no expectation that people in a place like British Columbia, in a country like Canada, should not have the human right to be housed. And yet what we are mostly hearing in the debates is a kind of, we can solve this problem by just doing more of the same as what we've been doing for so long. And what I'd like to argue, Madam Speaker, is that the unaffordability and lack of attainability of housing for far too many people in British Columbia is not the problem. It's the symptom of a much bigger problem. And what my colleague from Saanich North and the Islands laid out yesterday was a view of community and family and housing, a view of the world, really, that situates that unit of family within community and the idea that we as humans are actually meant to be caring and taking care of each other. And what we've seen for the last about 4.5 decades is a story, mostly from Western governments, starting in the United Kingdom with a Prime Minister who said there's no such thing as society. And then in the United States with a president who rejected the idea that we should support people who need support. And then here in Canada with the adoption of the kind of principles that led to a lack of investment in non-market housing for the last 4 decades. And this bigger context to understand how the problem we have now with unaffordability and unattainability of housing for so many people is really actually the outcome of a system that says we're going to lean into letting this thing called the market drive the outcomes. And so what have we got? Where's that market taken us? Well, today, in the world, we have what I would have been calling a billionaire problem. So currently, the world's 10 richest men, and they are all men, Madam Speaker, the world's 10 richest men own more wealth than 3.1 billion people combined. They own more wealth, 10 men, than 40% of humanity. And so we have allowed for this unmitigated accumulation of wealth by the few to create the conditions for more and more and more people in which they can't meet their basic needs of shelter, food. And then we have governments that for decades have not invested in the public services that actually are a buffer against this growing inequality. And so we see a decline in the state of our public education system, we see a decline in our healthcare systems, we see a decline in our public institutions, our social safety net. We see people who are on disability who are expected to live on far below the poverty line amount of money every month. And so we have gotten here, not by some accident, not by like, oh, well, you know, this is just the natural state of things. We've gotten here by a series of policy decisions made by governments for decades. There's a very interesting article that just came out in The Walrus. It's by Ricardo Trangen. It's an excerpt from his book called The Tenant Class, which was published this year. And in it, he points it out, this conversation around the housing crisis in Canada has actually been going on for more than 100 years. That we have commentary from BC that says, quote, we must have more homes and we must have them at prices people can afford to pay. That's from 1911, Madam Speaker. In Quebec, Le Devoir, in a press conference organized by tenant communities, demanded that provincial investment in affordable housing. That was in 1980. We have the Toronto Star warning, if rent control were suddenly to cease, many families would suddenly be confronted by the danger of eviction or the necessity to find other accommodation because they could not afford to stay where they were, 1950. Investigative news story in Maclean's contends that the housing crisis, which shows no immediate signs of easing, is fueling tenant organizing across the country. That's 1969. This conversation around the lack of affordable housing is not new. And the kinds of, as we heard from the previous speaker, the kind of rhetoric, the kind of conversation that we hear tends to stay pretty cemented within a particular set of boundaries, mostly around what's called the supply side of the argument. If we just build more housing, it will solve the problem. And yet, that is not proving to be true. So I'm just going to quote from Ricardo Trangen's piece here. He says, for example, proponents of the supply side argument frequently point to how low vacancy rates as an indication that supply is low, which drives rents higher. So this is the standard kind of economic argument. If we have more supply, then we'll have less demand and prices will go down. Earlier in the article, he points out housing is not bananas. It doesn't get overripe. You don't have to sell it off quickly. Housing is a different kind of, well, it's turned into a commodity instead of a human right. And so the value of that housing has continually gone up. And the expectation, as my colleague pointed out yesterday, that that value, that increase in value is something owed to people who invest in housing is also pretty standard in the conversation. I'll go back to Ricardo Trangen. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the national vacancy rate went up from 2% to 3.2%, a 60% increase in the national vacancy rate. What happened to rents? They too went up 3.6%. In Toronto, vacancy rates more than doubled between October 2019, when they were at 1.5%, and October 2020, when they were at 3.4%. What happened to the average rent in the city? It rose by 4.7%. A Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation report explained that in hot markets like Toronto and Montreal, Vancouver, landlords chose to wait longer to fill vacancies or offered one-time rent discounts instead of lowering rents. Because we have, as my colleague spoke about, allowed for the commodification of housing, there is an incentive that exists for finding ways to extract the most amount of profit, the most amount of return on investment in that housing. I'm going to carry on from the article. In 2021, a prominent housing expert, Steve Pomeroy, demonstrated that between 2006 and 2016, Canada added 1.636 million households and built 1.919 million new homes. I'm going to say that again, Madam Speaker. Between 2006 and 2016, in the space of 10 years, Canada added 1.636 million households and built 1.919 million new homes. Almost 30,000 extra homes were constructed each year compared to the increase in the number of households. And yet, housing prices and rents went up at a breakneck speed during those years. Neither Pomeroy nor I, Ricardo, contend that Canada has enough housing or that additional supply would not be beneficial. The point is that supply alone will not solve the problem. And so, Madam Speaker, the bill in front of us proposes essentially a supply solution to the problem that we're facing with the lack of affordable and attainable housing for people. And it dismisses the evidence that we have that this solution has continued not to work, that it's not just quantity of housing that is the issue, it is quality of housing. And because we have allowed for market to be the driving force in this, we can, I would say, expect to see what we've seen all along, which is more housing does not equate to lower cost of housing. One of the books that I'm reading right now is Astra Taylor's Mass Elections and the Age of Insecurity. And I think we're hearing a lot in the House, in this House right now, about people's sense of insecurity. We're hearing questions around worries about crime rates, worries about affordability, worries about people not feeling that sense of security. And Astra Taylor writes in her first chapter, insecurity plays a unique role in the liberal capitalist order that dominates today, a role underscored by the fact that the modern word insecurity entered into common usage in the 17th century, just as our market-driven society was coming into being. Only by revisiting the history and the central role insecurity has played in capitalism since its genesis can we understand our present situation and see how more recent developments, particularly the decline of the welfare state over the past 50 years, have intensified and left no one, wealthy or working class, unscathed. This is another very, I think, important and critical point, is that the inequality that we see, the inequality that is actually a significant part of the lack of affordability that people are experiencing, that inequality harms everybody. It's not that inequality only harms people who are at the lower end of the socioeconomic scale. It creates a growing sense of insecurity for everybody, with the exception perhaps of the 72 centimillionaires and 6 billionaires who reside in Vancouver right now, making it the 41st most wealth-laden city that we have in the world. We have Vancouver as a real example of the massive amount of wealth that can pour into a region, and yet as that ceiling of wealth gets higher and higher and higher, we don't see the floor rise with it. The floor gets lower and lower and lower, and we get greater inequality and greater insecurity. And so in the debate that we've been listening to about Bill 44, with the exception largely of my colleague yesterday, we're not talking about the root of the problem that is getting us to this place where too many people in British Columbia can't afford housing, are feeling very insecure economically, are feeling insecure in their communities. And the reality is that as a result of policy decisions that have been made for decades in this country and in this province, we have the conditions where more and more people are falling deeper and deeper into poverty. And one of the driving forces of that is the lack of housing that they can afford. And so do I think that Bill 44 is going to solve that? I don't think it will. I think it will achieve some of the outcomes that have been identified. But I think until we really contextualize this problem into the wider socioeconomic context and conversation that we need to be having, we are going to see, as we've seen since 1911 and 1950 and 1969 and 1980, the conversation around the housing crisis in Canada and BC carry on much as it always has, because we are not willing to look at the root causes of what has gotten us here and what is driving this perpetual problem that we face. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will thank you for the opportunity to participate in the debate.
Thank you so much. Recognizing the member for Shuswap.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. It gives me a great amount of pride to stand in the House today to speak on behalf of my hardworking men and women, the constituents of Shuswap. In response to Bill 44, the Housing Statutes Residential Development Amendment Act 2023, it is interesting, 7 years in, 3 terms for the current government, their signature, their Hail Mary election platform promise to British Columbians was to improve housing affordability. And here we are, 7 years in. I think we've seen at least 6 or 7, maybe even more housing bills as they continue to fuddle their way through what we have seen is the single largest increase in housing prices, the most unaffordable housing prices in North America. Even media reporting out that this particular piece of legislation was a rush job. It's incomplete. There's been a lack of consultation. And so we have a government that is failing. They have failed consistently to meet one of their signature election platforms in 2017 to address housing affordability. And as they continue to tinker around the edges and muddle their way through, it's clear that they have no clear plan. There's no clear direction. It's not a plan that was put on the table in 2017 and they're slowly executing on that plan. This has been a hodgepodge of different pieces of legislation, different attempts to try and monkey around with the numbers and try and make it look like they're achieving progress. I'll remind viewers at home, it was the NDP that committed to building 114,000 homes over 10 years. And the result? A failing grade. barely over 16,000 homes in 7 years of a 10-year plan. 16,000 of their 114,000 goal of construction target. So what has this government done to try and monkey around the edges, to try and make people somehow believe that they're actually making progress? Well, they put in a speculation tax and tried to come up with some numbers. We haven't seen the data or how they actually came up with those numbers, but they've decided that the spec tax actually freed up some rental properties. And so we'll count those numbers towards our goal. And as we've seen in this legislative session, additional changes, largely around Airbnb. And I'm quite certain that this government, again, will try and come up with some number, some estimation on the number of potential units that might be made available for housing, and they'll count that towards their target. So the reason we're here today talking about this bill, which I think is one of potentially 5 different pieces of legislation that address housing in some form, government's talking now about building 130,000 homes over the next 10 years. Well, they built 16,000 over 7, which is not even 20% of their initial target. 7 years in, you'd think they'd be at least 60, 70% of the way of achieving their target. But no, it's a failing grade. Nobody is believing this government. They keep coming out with announcements, new legislation. Look over here, folks. Oh, we're doing this over here. But they are failing British Columbians in a big, big way, Honourable Speaker. Housing is definitely top of mind for every British Columbian, and we need to ensure that we're making the correct decisions for those that are living here in British Columbia now and those who are coming to our province. Everyone in this chamber knows that we need to build more housing. There is a severe housing shortage. We only have to look to the number of homeless in our communities, the number of young kids that don't have the opportunity to find alternative housing and are still living in parents' basements or living with other friends. So there is a need, a great need for more housing. And it wasn't until 4 years into the term of this current government, or 3 years in, that they even identified that supply was even part of the conversation. Their former leader, Premier John Horgan, said supply wasn't an issue. They're going to somehow legislate their way out of the housing problem. And we know that that was a gross miscalculation, a gross error. And so here we are. The province needs a real plan, needs a leader that's going to have a vision, show leadership, and provide hope for young British Columbians. What did we see this government do with respect to housing supply? We saw this government charge ahead with buying up hotels and motels and warehousing individuals with severe mental health and addiction challenges, destroying neighborhoods, taking product out of the tourism sector. And you could say that actually helped to increase and push individuals into Airbnb, because it was this government that actually took away from hotel and motel stock that otherwise would be made available for the tourism sector in our communities. When I had responsibility for BC's jobs plan, tourism was one of the 8 main focuses of the previous government in meeting the job plan numbers. And what has this government done? There's no sense of a jobs plan. There's no sense of hope. But what we have seen, and it's certainly part of this legislation, is an override of municipal authority. The NDP seem to always know best. Don't do as we say, do as we do. Let's blame it on the federal government. Let's blame it on municipalities. And suddenly, this blanket zoning that the government is providing and putting forward for communities over 5,000 people is going to have disastrous effects. Mayors from across BC are calling this out as a shamble of legislation, inadequate consultation, inadequate thought to how municipalities are going to fund the necessary upgrades to important services, whether it be water, sewer, hydro. Increasing densification of our neighborhoods without forethought and without the opportunity of municipalities to make their own choices and make their own determination on what is best for their own communities, that's all thrown out the window. And it's no wonder we're seeing mayors stand up and express grave concerns over the direction that this government has taken. I was on municipal council in Sicamous only for a short amount of time, but it wasn't the municipality's responsibility to build affordable housing. Yes, they certainly were very supportive of different housing groups and associations that provided housing in communities, but it was largely a federal and provincial responsibility. But this government changed that. Tried to lure municipalities into the program of building housing, $100,000 a door incentives, where communities were encouraged to vend in land, waive DCC charges, waive future taxes for municipal services. Municipalities spent countless hours and time working on trying to meet the need and respond to the failure of this government, who has tried to downshift responsibility onto municipalities. And this is just the start. Well, certainly not the only thing that they've done. Just look at the employer health tax. It was the single largest downloading of cost onto the backs of municipalities in the history of this province. 2% employer health tax. Most municipalities, 85 to 87% of their expenditures is wages and benefits. This government placed a 2% wage cost directly on the backs of those municipalities, did not backstop with any additional funding, and what the municipalities had to do? They had to raise taxes in order to make up for that shortfall. You know, government talks about how they eliminated MSP. No, it was a big tax shift. A big chunk of that tax shift went onto the backs of municipalities, who in turn just put it back onto the residential and commercial taxpayers in their communities. There's no end to the effort of this government that surely believes that they know best. It was interesting, Honourable Speaker, and this does tie direct to this bill with respect to what I see is a government that is starting to, I would say inflict is probably the correct word, put pressure on municipalities without looking at efforts that they can take internally. This has to do with a municipality that's in my community of Salmon Arm. There's a beautiful waterfront park, Salmon Arm Waterfront Park, a big marina that was put in as part of the Expo Legacy project. They've been waiting for a lease renewal because they need the lease renewal to be completed, so they'll have a valid lease so they can move forward with some projects they want to do in Salmon Arm. They've been waiting 3 years for a lease renewal. I spoke to a senior bureaucrat within the Ministry of Forests who confirmed to me that the administrative time to process a lease renewal is 8 hours. 8 hours of administration time. And here we sit. Salmon Arm is waiting 3 years, and their last update, well, it's going to probably be another year. So when this government seems to think that municipalities are not doing everything in their power to move things along, I'll tell you what, this government is failing in a big, big way on many, many files. How is it possible that a lease renewal that takes 8 hours of admin time, somehow in this government's mind it's justifiable for that community to have to wait for 3 years plus a year and counting? Because there's no certainty. But this is what we see from this government. Big announcements, scolding everybody else, but things that are at their own ability to actually move forward on, to address, absolute failure. City of Salmon Arm had 3 different individuals approach me last spring. This is directly related to housing starts. These 3 different houses in different areas of the community of Salmon Arm within relatively close proximity to streams and creeks, and as such, they had to complete a riparian area assessment at considerable expense. They completed the riparian area assessment, they submitted all their information to the City of Salmon Arm. Salmon Arm is ready to issue a building permit, but this government's decided that the creation and completion of a riparian area report, signed off by a qualified environmental professional, that's not good enough. Geez, we couldn't trust a qualified environmental professional that's actually stamped and has the liability assurance to ensure that that report is complete and accurate. Oh no, this government has to have a whole separate set of bureaucracy to review these reports. And guess what it said on the website? When these individuals, when Salmon Arm submitted the riparian area assessment to the provincial government for review, Honourable Speaker, they got a response back, 8-month delay. We've got a huge backlog. It's going to be 8 months before we can review these reports. This is at the exact same time that the Minister of Housing puts out his naughty list, pointing his finger at other municipalities for not moving forward quick enough with housing approvals. How is this possible? And it just doesn't end there, Madam Speaker. Whether you're a renter, an owner, a senior, or a young person, the price of housing is far higher than it has ever been. And right now, far too many British Columbians are struggling under the weight of steadily increasing costs. As a result of the NDP's inability to build more housing, BC now has the worst affordability, the worst. Man, even if you're in the top 5 worst, that'd be something. But oh no, these guys, they got to be the absolute worst in all of North America. Think about that for a second. Of any place in North America, the absolute worst record on housing affordability. And this all happened under the Premier's watch. Rents now cost over $3,000 a month in Vancouver for a one-bedroom apartment. A Surrey townhouse used to cost $300,000 in 2012, over $900,000. So just think about that young family, maybe just received or had the birth of their first child, and they're excited and they want to look to finding a home. Well, a $950,000 home requires a $190,000 down payment. And I appreciate that Canada Mortgage and Housing has some programs to reduce the amount of down payment, but on most lenders, a $950,000 home requires a $190,000 down payment. Trying to, for a young family to save $190,000 is almost an impossible feat if they don't have the opportunity to have some support from family members. But even with a $190,000 down payment at current interest rates, you'd require a $205,000 family income just to qualify. $205,000 just to qualify for a $900,000 home. Now, government will claim that Bill 44 is going to help build 130,000 homes over the next 10 years. Well, I don't buy it, and I know British Columbians don't buy it. Their initial goal of 114,000 homes over 10 years, an absolute failure. They've come nowhere close to achieving that goal with only building 16,000 homes. So how is anyone going to believe that this government, just because they make another announcement, oh, trust us, we're going to build 130,000 homes over the next 10 years. And you know what? CMHC, or Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, they're suggesting that we need to have 600,000 homes built in BC over the next 10 years, or next 7 years, Honourable Speaker. This is a fraction of that. And when we look at some of the efforts this government has taken to even achieve the 16,000 homes that they're reporting have constructed, I know in one community in my riding, there was a housing project that was already in development. It was market-built housing. But guess what? Government came along and said, hey, here's a carrot. How about we give you $100,000 a door? You provide a little bit of a reduced price on these homes. We'll make them affordable housing now, and then government gets to add that to their total. They weren't responsible for building those homes. Those buildings were already under construction. So even the 16,000 that this government is reporting on actually having built does not really tell the entire story. BC also has, as I mentioned, the highest rents in Canada, the worst housing affordability in North America. Townhouse up 33% to $1 million, single family home. In many communities approaching $2 million. The NDP's housing targets are set at only 75% of what other individuals are indicating is the real need in British Columbia, which is well below the federal CMHC guidelines in order to restore affordability. Robert Barry of the pro-density group Homes for Living said in the Vancouver Sun that the NDP is taking, quote, politically convenient route with moderate targets that don't solve the core issue. Honourable Speaker. Brendan Ogmanson, Chief Economist for the BC Real Estate Association, notes that even if targets are met, they fall short of what's needed for affordability. Now that's even if government was to achieve their lauded goal of 114,000 units. But they're only at 16,000, Honourable Speaker. Even if after these changes, there are so many things that are holding up housing that the NDP has refused to address. Metro Vancouver is planning to triple development cost charges, triple on new housing, adding up to an additional $25,000 in cost. The backlogs, delays, and regulations at the residential tenancy branch make it next to impossible for mom-and-pop landlords to rent out their basement suites or laneway homes. I've got an example of a couple living in North Cowichan. They had an opportunity to go away for the winter. They signed a 6-month lease, with another couple that moved into their home with their furniture. Well, the first 2 weeks rent checks, they moved in the middle of October, that check cleared. November's bounced. December's, they were going to get all caught up. December's bounced. Now they're into the Christmas season. Try and get a hold of residential tenancy branch, actually start the process. Good luck. Nothing really happens for about 2 weeks over the Christmas period. Now they're into January. They finally make the applications. And of course, these individuals who live in their house, they haven't paid for November, haven't paid for rent in December, haven't paid in January. Now we're getting into February, still don't have a hearing with the residential tenancy branch. They get into early March, they're literally within days of getting the hearing so they can actually deal with these individuals and get them out of their home. And guess what this government does? Premier John Horgan, eviction ban. You can't move anybody out of a house due to COVID. So here you have people that are thumbing their nose to a contractual agreement that they have signed with the owners of the home, refusing to pay the rent that they agreed to pay. So this couple comes back to Canada because of the concerns around COVID, but they can't move into their own house. They can't move into their own home because there's an eviction ban. So they had to go and out of pocket, go and rent another place for them to stay and reside in. It took them until July of 2020, before the residential tenancy branch finally got around to giving them the authority to move these people out of their home. They're owed $18,000 in back rent. The house was a shambles. That's how this government respects landlords or property owners. How is it that the right of the tenant supersedes the right of the property owner when they're knowingly breaking a contractual agreement? It almost sounds communistic to think that somebody can refuse to pay the owner of the property for the rent that's due, and that can drag on for near 8 months. So, Honourable Chair, welcome to the chair. It's no wonder people are concerned. I've talked to many of my constituents in the North Shuswap that have refused to continue to rent out their properties.
If the member might be able to help the chair understand the connection to Bill 44, the Housing Statutes Act, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely, Honourable Chair. I appreciate your advice. So, Bill 44 is speaking specifically about trying to increase the housing supply. And I would suggest, because I have direct examples in the Shuswap where there's many property owners, if they felt that they had the support of the residential tenancy branch and that the laws of this province were such to ensure that folks that don't pay their bills or damage their property, that there's a convenient and a precise method in addressing those issues, those folks would actually rent their homes, and that would increase the housing stock that's available for rent in British Columbia. But many of these individuals have had real challenges with getting action. And a prime example is the one that I just gave. 8 months. And what happened over those 8 months? That couple that was living in their house, not paying their bills, not paying rent, they destroyed the home. And the tenants moved in, or the landlords or the owners of the home moved back into their home with significant costs of trying to repair the damage that was done by these tenants that were thumbing their nose at the property owners for 8 months. And we wonder why people are moving to Airbnb and maybe not actually putting their homes up for rent. Well, it's the policies of this government that is in large part leading the way. Now, Honourable Chair, the development approval process, or the review process, also cites backlog caused by constant referrals to the Ministry of Transportation for developments within 800 metres of a provincial road. I know there's some really good, hardworking folks at the Ministry of Transportation. It is not just development applications within 800 metres of a provincial highway that require a review from the Ministry of Transportation. Anything outside of municipality, all of your rural communities, anything within your regional districts, Columbia Shuswap regional districts, regional district of North Okanagan, Thompson Nicola regional district, any of those rural areas, the subdivision approval process is undertaken by the Ministry of Transportation. Again, a government ministry that this government has direct control over with funding the budgets, and we know there's no concerns on government side right now of growing the public service to the tune of like over 130,000 public servant jobs over the last 6 years, to the tune of about $17.4 billion a year of additional wages and benefits. But the Ministry of Transportation, which has a role to play in housing development approvals, have they seen the necessary resources so that they can provide those reviews in a timely manner? Apparently not. And I have no quarrel with the folks in the Ministry of Transportation, probably one of the most forward-looking ministries in government. Those folks want to get stuff done. But they haven't got the support necessary. Otherwise, we wouldn't see these further backlogs and delays. So, apparently a lack of authority for the ministry to create latecomer agreements, resulting in reluctance for developers to bear the high costs of being the first to develop, including in areas identified as important for meeting community objectives. And as we've seen with the village of Lytton, costly archaeology requirements and massive backlogs when the ARC branch are holding up housing for years. Years, not days. Honourable Chair, it's been 2 years since the poor community of Lytton was razed to the ground. 2 years. Not a single family home has been rebuilt. 2 years. And that's incredibly concerning. My community of the North Shuswap, communities of Scotch Creek, Soliston, Anglemont, First Nations community, my friend Chief Jamie Toma and his council and his community, they lost 34 homes in the Bush Creek East fire, and the backburn that was lit by BC wildfire ravaged their community. There's 34 homes that are now no longer part of the housing supply, and they're trying to find an opportunity for somebody to help rebuild those homes so they can move back to their community. Community of Scotch Creek, 178 structures, all lost due to the wildfire. There's another 178 homes that are out of the housing supply. And those community members are looking to government for some certainty. What's going to be required around archaeological assessment? What's going to be required around riparian and assessments? Many of these properties are fronting Shuswap Lake. What is going to be required around geotechnical assessments and reviews? What role will Ministry of Health have? Because they don't have a municipal sewer system like many municipalities. They have septic systems, and many of these homes were built 50 and 60 years ago. Well, in order to get approval for a building permit, the Ministry of Health will have to issue a permit. But I'll tell you what, the regulations have changed in the last 50 years. Perk tests, the opportunity and the challenges that those homeowners have. There's more questions than answers right now. And as we've seen with Lytton, and I remember the Premier, former Premier, John Horgan, saying, we've got your back. We're going to help you out. Well, 2 years later, where are those community members? There's community members that are dying outside of their community through old age and everything else. They haven't been able to return home. And I'll tell you what, Honourable Chair, when it comes to the North Shuswap, I'm going to be doing everything in my power to push hard to make sure that North Shuswap isn't left in the same plight of Lytton, having to wait 2 years before government finally gets around to providing the necessary approvals so they can go and move housing or build housing. So with respect to the bill before us, this is far too little, far too late. It's monkey around the edges, no consultation, thrown together. This bill is an admission of the NDP government's failure, absolute failure on the housing plan. And with that, Honourable Chair, I will take my seat. Thank you.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad to rise to Bill 44 and take my place in the debate. I will be our designated speaker. I don't know that I'll be taking the full time, but I certainly wanted to add a bit of perspective that I have to this bill, as I can understand exactly what a lot of mayors have been expressing about this particular bill. I was the mayor of Kamloops for almost a decade, 9 years. Depending how you look at the months, the longest serving mayor in Kamloops history. So I have a little bit of history on these files, and in fact our official community plan, that's the most recent one, was started back in 2014 while I was still the mayor. It was finished off as I was leaving office and the new mayor took over, and it's in fact that document from 2018 that the City of Kamloops is working on. And so these official community plans take a long time, long time to come together and update. And that was not our first official community plan. It's called CAM Plan. They date way back. And so when you read Bill 44, there is a lot of concern as to how this will actually work. And I can appreciate what the member from Victoria had said earlier about engaging in those planning sessions. But to try to equate people that have that great community spirit of engaging on all those planning type meetings, and every community has them. They're necessary and vital for a community to have. But to think that an official community plan gets the granular local input of smaller micro sets of a neighborhood just simply doesn't happen. You reach out to the building community, you reach out to other organizations. It's a very lengthy process, but it's a lot of high-level discussion around a broader area of a commercial core or a town center, a city center. All communities use slightly different language. And then as you get into specifics, and so that's the broad stroke of what do you want to see there. You want to strive for ground floor retail with residential above, and it's meant to be a transit-dependent community area, and then as you move out from there, you have these broad ideals of what you would like to see in terms of growth patterns and densification. And what gets overlaid into all of that, and this is what you're hearing from the mayors, is how you're going to service those with water and sewer in particular, and then roads. And it gets very, very complicated, very fast, which is why it takes quite a bit of time. But to think that people that are very busy in their daily lives, and in this current economy that the NDP have overseen with the spike of inflation like we've seen outpacing the national average 10 of the last 15 months in British Columbia, there's more and more people needing to work a part-time second job just to stay in the house they're in, or the rent that they're in, whatever type of housing they're in. So to think that they're going to engage over a 3 or 4 year period on a community planning exercise is just not realistic. It doesn't happen. There's those that do, and that's great, and it's needed. But people start to pay more attention when they get the notice. In Kamloops' case, it's about 100 meters radius from where a rezoning is going to happen, and they take interest in what's going on in their community, in their very close, localized community. And all too often we frame it up as NIMBY if something gets opposed. But what this bill is attempting to do is take away basically all public input and say it doesn't really matter what you might think. And I can tell you from experience, I was also a councillor for 6 years before I was the mayor. So over that 15-year period, we had a lot of public hearings in Kamloops, a lot. And the vast majority actually got approved. So we like to focus on what's wrong with the public hearing process on the applications that don't get approved, instead of actually looking and seeing the councils that actually do stand up and say, no, we've heard your concerns, neighborhood, but we're still approving that. Or we've heard your concerns, neighborhood, and the developer through that process agrees to take one floor off. I can remember one public hearing where the developer agreed that they would put up a fence because of the design of where their development was going to be would have led to cars continually driving with their headlights shining straight into this previously living room that wasn't going to get those types of headlights. It was a simple remedy. But that only happened because it was an engagement with council and the planning department, the developer, and the neighbors to come to an understanding of what would work for infill, sensitive infill. What's ever happened to that word? Why is that such a bad thing all of a sudden, sensitive infill? Now, if we want to go to those high density corridors that get identified in an official community plan, I can understand the concerns around NIMBYism. I really can. And I can understand the concerns around social housing and NIMBYism. I called 6 public hearings on 6 different properties, city-owned land, on the same night, and we could have just done a citywide public hearing for all 6 properties, diluted the process so no one would have probably shown up, and I insisted that we give each neighborhood that those 6 properties, which were all going to be for social housing, be allowed to have their say. We passed 4 of the 6. All on the same night. We heard from the neighborhoods on each different one. Now, if we had done one-offs, might have been a problem. Might not have had 4 of the 6. We might have had 0 of the 6. The point being, and the logic behind it was, These were surplus city lands that we were going to make available for supportive housing through BC Housing and partner agencies so that building could happen on. But then we also identified what type of housing. Was it meant for Indigenous organizations? And that now has housing on it. Was it meant for seniors? Was it meant for families? So that people in neighborhoods would look at a zoning map and not just have a high-level idea what was planned for that property, so they couldn't keep coming back and saying, but I bought in a single-family neighborhood. What's that doing on the zoning map? So that they could see exactly what it was and they could be informed. If they chose not to be informed, that's on them at that point as they work through their purchasing and looking at zoning maps and things of that nature. But if you look at Bill 44, and then you start looking at official community plans, it's very easy to slough this off and say, well, what's the big deal about a fourplex? Well, a fourplex per hectare works out to 142 units per hectare based on the math that this government is using on what you can put on a 280 square meter lot. City of Kamloops, in our most densified urban cores, where we currently have a 25-story tower being built as part of a almost 2-square block development, which will have even more towers coming in, that zoning's for 125 units per hectare. The neighborhoods where the bulk of these fourplexes would go in the community plan, is 75 units per hectare. Bill 44 would double that with no public hearing. 3-4 doors down from my house, we just had an 8-plex approved. Neighbors showed up. I didn't go to the public hearing. Unlike the NDP members, I don't believe I should be interfering in public hearings. I'll let the elected officials at the local level deal with local elected issues and let neighbors speak on their own behalf and not try to cloud the issue and pretend I am or I am not an elected official on that particular point of the evening. I know the member from Port Moody doesn't share my thoughts on that. I know the Environment Minister hasn't shared the same beliefs on that. But that's how I choose to conduct myself. The neighborhood went. The neighborhood admittedly didn't want it for the most part. There were some in the neighborhood that didn't mind. It ultimately got approved. It's on an 8-plex on around a 20,000 square foot lot. Even that is less density than what is proposed in Bill 44. And that's the problem. I don't think the average person in their communities right now across British Columbia and cities that qualify for this, and there's about 85 of them, understand the true ramifications that this could have in terms of the right of fourplexes to just be built, or sixplexes. They talk about being on transit. They haven't totally defined it. We're not clear, I'm not clear if it's has to be 15-minute service or not. If that's the case, there's very few routes in Kamloops, and Kamloops is one of the leaders in transportation in the province for smaller communities that have 15-minute service. But if that's the case, where exactly are all these units going to be built then to get to 130,000 across the province? Because it only works if they have to be near transit. 400 meters is what BC Transit uses as a walk to a stop that people will reasonably take at the extreme. But Bill 44 is silent on all of this, and that's part of the problem with all this housing legislation this government's brought in. If you look at the timelines, precious little of this will actually take effect right away. Most of it, we're still waiting to see the regulation of what it actually will mean or not mean. Policy booklets that still aren't ready. The Premier has talked about this concept for probably at least a year, if not longer. We're only seeing the legislation now, but it won't really be impacted till 2025. What a convenient timeline. Post the next provincial election, but the government will have a nice shiny document to say they're creating 130,000 new housing units. Just like when they're pressed to actually show how many true housing units have been created with the speculation tax, they can't actually show us a number. They give you a vague number, and sometimes it changes. So as my colleague from Shuswap pointed out, when we came into this chamber in 2017 with the new government, they had their big housing plan, 114,000 government-built housing units in 10 years. Here we are 7 years later, 16,000 units that aren't even fully completed. Now, walking away from that plan by the government over the last 2 years, they don't talk about the 30-point housing plan that they used to talk about nonstop when they first took government. Apparently those 30 points have disappeared because they couldn't action them. So it's time for a new marketing document, or 2 or 3. And we'll delay them all till right up to the next election. We'll paint landlords as evil and bad, and then wonder why landlords don't want to keep going in the market. We'll paint developers as speculators and profiteers, and wonder why they might start looking for their investment dollars to go to other jurisdictions. We'll paint cities as being the problem on delays and fees and charges, but we won't address our own shortcomings in permitting and provincial fees that go against it, and backlogs on a wide range of permits. So instead, we'll bring forward Bill 44 and say to the cities, well, you haven't really done enough, so we're just going to tell everyone cities are out of the equation. The servicing costs cannot be underestimated. If you look at a zone in a city, when you start thinking of how complicated a water and sewer system is, in Kamloops' case, and that's the city I'll keep referring to because it's obviously the one I have the most knowledge around. We have more vertical lift in our water treatment plant than San Francisco. It's the most complicated water pumping plant for a city in North America because it's all run out of one plant through a series of lift stations to reservoirs that get up on the hills and come back down, because as anyone knows, Kamloops is a very hilly city. Beautiful valley, but it's a narrow valley compared to, say, a Kelowna Valley or a Vernon Valley. So that's the complexity of the water servicing. Just to make sure, and the number one thing Kamloops tries to ensure is you actually have pressure for fire service at the hydrants. That's the concern of the engineering. We've had water restrictions forever in Kamloops in the summer. To try to manage that, to try to manage the irrigation, to try to make sure there's always pressure there in these various neighborhoods. We have a whole area, Barnhart Vale, that we're still trying to wrap our heads around whether we have capacity for any further development on those small acreages, subdivision, because we're not 100% sure what we have for water capacity in that area. Long-standing historical neighborhood. Gets really complicated. And of course, if we're pumping all that water uphill, every time you run your tap, every time you run your shower, every time you flush your toilet, the water's coming the other way until it hits the valley floor. And then you got to pressurize your lines again and push the sewage lines out to the sewage plant. So it gets very, very complicated. And so when the city embarks on their OCP plan and actually has growth areas identified, but is still actually providing transit into those areas, Will that qualify? Will those lots all qualify and automatically be fourplexes? When you read this, they would. But if it's a single-family residential neighborhood right now that's only meant to have a few more units added on, where is the mechanism in this bill that allows the city to say, we're done. We were only planning on having 100 more housing units into this neighborhood. We've approved several fourplexes. We can't handle anymore. Sorry, fourplex number 26, you don't get to build. Because the cost to upsize everything for 4 more units would be astronomical. And that's a very real problem, an engineering problem cities face. Which is why all of their OCPs have designated growth areas, have densification areas, have densification ratios that are actually not as high as these fourplexes would be. And we can brush off the worry about parking all we want if you're government, I guess. But it's a very real consideration, with or without transit into those areas. The number one thing municipal councils will tell you if there's a basement suite application is people are concerned about parking. Noise and parking. Parking is usually more than noise. What happens to cul-de-sacs? Cul-de-sacs are notoriously bad for garbage pickup and snow removal, snow clearing, and parking. They're great for kids to ride their bikes around and play street hockey in and basketball in, and they create a great community feel when neighbors all get along. How does this work when you have narrow street frontages to begin with, and now you have the ability to put fourplex on there because it's zoned RS1? Four different housing units, 4 different people. Let's just say there's only 1 car per. That's still 4 cars. Not counting visitors, family gatherings, anything of that nature. So when communities, when neighbors get together and raise these as concerns at a public hearing, it's not NIMBY, it's reality. And where it makes sense, the vast majority of the time, councils thank the public for their presentations. And usually, the application gets approved or there's a slight adjustment to it. Now, I can't explain why a daycare got turned down for 9 parking spaces. That can happen. I understand it got overturned and it actually got approved. Because that's the process we have. Bill 44 is going to remove those processes. Bill 44 is going to say to everybody, it doesn't really matter that you're living in the biggest investment 99% of the population of BC will ever make in their life. You have no right to have any opinion on anything that happens in your neighborhood moving forward. That's what Bill 44 says. You have no right to try to get some small changes to how something is orientated on the lot so that it doesn't impact your life to the same degree. We've had public hearings where we approve row housing, townhouse row housing. 44 units, I think, where 5 houses used to be. But we had to work with the developer at the public hearing stage to address the end wall windows so that the rest of the neighborhood that it was going to abut up against for the rest of that block didn't feel like they suddenly had all these end windows staring down in their backyards. It was a small minor change. The developer agreed, the housing got built, everyone was happy. That's gone with this. Bill 44 removes that. And I know it's Bill 46, and we'll get to that one, but you can't just rely on development cost charges to pick up all the slack and community amenity charges to pick up all the slack to try to get the mayors that are mad at Bill 44 back in line with Bill 46. That doesn't solve the problem. If Bill 44 is supposed to be flooding the market with all of these more affordable fourplexes, layering on the level of municipal charges that can go on it is totally counterproductive. So we have a provincial government that for the last 7 years has vacated partnering with municipalities in any meaningful way for infrastructure like water and sewer. And then they rushed out their billion-dollar year-end extravaganza. No shock that municipalities would suddenly be happy to be getting that money after being starved for 6 years. But the programs around regular projects around water and sewer across this province were non-existent over the last 6 years from this government. There simply wasn't that partnership, nowhere near the levels they used to be. And so when you look at Bill 44 and you see that it's going to create 142 unit per hectare housing density in single-family residential areas, it seems a little out of whack when you're looking at cities that have 125 for what they consider to be their heavy densified areas. The other thing the government hasn't shown to support Bill 44 and the need for this is where is the backlog, where is the rush of all these builders that are desperate to build on these lots? Have they all been getting turned down? Have they all been going to city councils and asking for houses to be torn down to be made a fourplex and being told, no, you can't do that? I certainly have been hearing that. If it's meant to go on to raw land and brand new lots, well, that's urban sprawl. There's not many brand new lots being created in the center of cities. They're all on the outskirts. Also much more expensive to service, much more harder to get transit to. When very real concerns around spiking the value of land as highest and best use, because this will now be law for anyone, and you try to get an answer out of the government around how BC Assessment is going to deal with this, they just slough it off. Trust us. Well, the public has been waiting for 7 years for the government to deliver its so-called affordable housing in BC. And what we have are the highest rents in Canada, the highest housing costs in Canada, slower permitting processes from the provincial government than ever before as it relates to housing. But we're supposed to trust them that Bill 44 is going to solve all this. It simply is another example of this government trying to point fingers at other levels of government and say they have been the problem. The case of the Vancouvers of the world, where they drag out a public process to approve a high-rise with their view corridors and their community amenity agreement negotiations and everything else that goes into it with a Vancouver development, that will not really be impacted by Bill 44 as it relates to fourplexes and sixplexes on single-family lots. That's a completely different animal to tackle. And it's kind of the outlier. And oh, Vancouver actually has their own charter. So you don't have to change everything. You could change the Vancouver Charter. If you really think that's the actual problem. Because if you go through and look at development cost charges in most cities, if you go through and look at permitting application times in most cities, they're not that far out of step of what should be reasonably expected. Cities only have so much engineering capacity to look at things in their building permit stage and improve them. There's only so many professional engineers and architects out there and land surveyors to try to get your project moving forward. But this government won't take any responsibility for their delays. It's interesting. I remember the Premier speaking up in Prince George, I believe it was, last January, talking about how they were taking action on permitting delays as it relates to housing. I have a feeling this is the upstairs chamber.
No division had been called in the Birch Room, but we can continue here.
Okay. Thank you. So I can remember I was at that conference, and it seemed like a strange thing for the Premier to be talking about permitting delays to that crowd tied to housing, because it was a natural resource development conference. They were all actually kind of hoping he was going to deal with the 21,000 backlog natural resource permits that this government had. But instead, he was highlighting how the new permitting process would speed up permits around housing through government agencies. Well, it's actually gotten worse. And how do I know for sure it's gotten worse? Because the Premier doesn't talk about that anymore. In the midst of a housing crisis, if this government actually had their act together and had their permitting together, I'm reasonably confident their 575 communication staff, or whatever it is, would be able to push out a bit of a press release to tout their success in speeding up permits. Instead, they won't even tell us how many permits are backlogged, how long the backlog is, what's the average processing time, what is actually the reason there's a delay. And we're not even talking about the archaeological branch and their 285-day or 55-day on average. That's the average. That means for every application that gets through in, say, 100 days, there's another one waiting a year. That's all on this government. Bill 44 does nothing to address that. Bill 44 continues a 7-year tradition of this government of pointing fingers at everyone but themselves. It's shocking, really, when you read through Bill 44, because, again, the 130,000 number just seems like it was pulled out of the air, kind of like the 114,000 number was 7 years ago. But the 130,000 units still falls way short of the 610,000 that CMHC says that we need in 7 years. Well, in the last 7 years, this government's delivered less than 16,000 actually livable housing units people are physically in. We got 7 more years to go and we need 610,000. I would say the odds aren't very good that we're going to make it, Mr. Speaker, but I'm sure we can find someone else to blame than the government. You look at the cost of housing, and the narrative that Bill 44 stitches is that this is going to solve the affordability crisis. That's the government's narrative. We're going to pump more volume of houses into the market, and it will solve the affordability crisis. Yet the Premier has also been on the record as saying you can't tax your way to affordability. Yet time and again, we've asked the government to block the $24,000 a unit that Metro Vancouver is trying to add on to their housing. The federal government's demanded they not do it. Did this provincial government demand that? No, 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 no. We'll bring in other legislation that not only enables that, enables higher local charges to happen. After 7 years of blaming local governments, local governments have been looking for things like, I don't know, proper connections to highway interchanges. Now this government's going to let you do that on your own dime. I guess they kind of set that when they took over the Patella Bridge project and told Surrey that if they want proper on-ramps to the Patella Bridge, Surrey can pay for it themselves on a provincial project. That was some fascinating Surrey representation by their 7 MLAs on the government side. But again, when you have single-family homes approaching $2 million in the Lower Mainland, when you have townhouses approaching $1 million in the Lower Mainland, when you have single-family homes approaching $1 million in the rest of the province, frankly, when you have townhomes approaching $750,000 in most of the province. This does precious little. My son and his wife, they're in their mid-20s. They've been looking to try to figure out how to buy a house for the last year. They're not afraid of putting sweat equity into a house. They know they're probably going to have to buy a traditional small starter fixer-upper home. Good luck. This is a young couple. He's fully employed, finishing off his schooling. She runs her own company. She was BC top 30 under 30 this year, has about 20, 25 staff that work in her company. All self-made. And they're looking at the Kamloops housing market and saying, I don't know that we see ourselves in this housing market. They weren't thinking that way 7 years ago when they were first starting to date. They sure think that way now. If younger people with that kind of drive are feeling that way in a non-metro area of the province, it's no wonder others in Vancouver and Victoria areas are feeling that way. I can totally understand why, because I'm living it in my own household. Not that they live with me, but you get the point. The member from Chilliwack pointed it out before. Next generations aren't going to ever see themselves as owning a home. Well, that's a pretty defeatist way for a government to view housing. And Bill 44 explains why they think that way. Because it's not actually addressing the problem. It's window dressing. That won't really be in full effect till 2025. That is going to have municipalities. So let's look at Bill 44 and what it's going to do to the municipal permitting side of the planning world over the next 6 months to a year to meet what's legislated in this. It is going to grind planning departments to a halt, all to come up with the new plans and updates that this government is demanding in Bill 44 happen. That's what these timelines are like, and that's what you've heard from other mayors around unrealistic timelines in this bill. And so what's going to happen to permitting processing over the next year in municipalities? Because it's the same staff. Unlike the provincial government, who has 600 new employees designated for other budgetary priorities in their budget and still won't tell us where any of them got hired to, municipalities don't have 600 people just hired sitting around waiting to find out what their assignment may or may not be. There's already a lack of urban planners out there. This government has now just told all 85 municipalities, you must update a wide range of planning documents, many of which took years and years and years to continually have the updates on, to fit our specific legislation that probably won't deliver any actual meaningful bump in housing, even if you had the first one approved in 2025, when this looks to be taking full effect. Consider a 1.5-year construction timeline. 2027 might be the first housing unit you might actually see out of this. It's time for the government to be realistic with the public about their lack of action and what it's actually doing to the housing market. And in fact, how this is going to actually make things worse. It will actually slow down the exact thing they're saying is taking too long. Planning departments aren't going to be able to do both. Councils won't be able to do both. Lots of councils, I know it's a crazy thought when we stand in this chamber, in this whatever it is, few thousand square feet, and think that we know best for all things of all things in our community, but locally elected officials, other than in Vancouver for the most part, who aren't tied to any political party, have a wide range of political beliefs around those tables. Those people actually believe that they were elected by the locals to hear from the locals to try to do things that the locals would like to see done. Bill 44 is being very prescriptive to them, tearing that away. And oh, by the way, while we're going to blame those mayors and councils for taking forever to approve things, we're going to unilaterally go in, blow up their planning departments for the next 1.5 years, and demand a totally different set of work be done, then pushing through permits and applications that are already sitting on their desks. It's really that basic. It's really that simple. So at a time when developers are desperate to try to time and get things out and going because of interest rates and holding costs and charges, they're going to be sitting there going, why can't I get my permit? And the planning department's going to turn around and say, well, because I have to implement Bill 44. But I want a permit for a fourplex. Well, I'm sorry, I can't give you that until I finish processing Bill 44. That's what's going to happen. And I know it to be so because I've lived it. I lived it for 15 years in the city operation. The city staff actually deal face-to-face at the counter and have personal relationships and work regularly with people that want these permits. The professionals, the engineers, the architects that work with the planning departments and the builders all work together in those communities regularly. And Bill 44, based on what they are requiring municipalities to do for updates, is going to create a massive strain on those relationships and a massive slowdown as it relates to permit processing. Again, I don't see how that can possibly add to any speed in the backdrop of high interest rates and carrying charges, how that's going to add any speed to any new housing being approved, especially in the communities where it's already really, really slow, and how it's not going to increase the cost. Home builders aren't like this magnanimous entity that just says, oh, well, if we lose $10,000 a door, it's not a big deal. We'll just keep building. I'm sure the banks will keep lending us money. If a home builder can't make a profit on a door when they sell it, they can't build the next one. It's really that simple. This government paints them as profiteers and speculators, but it's really that simple. So if their carrying costs keep going up, as Bill 44 is being implemented in all these municipalities while they wait for their project to finally get through, because this will take precedence within those planning departments, how's that making housing more affordable? How's that getting any extra housing onto the market? And I love seeing housing being built in our community. My son-in-law's a carpenter. No houses being built. He's not working. That kind of makes it hard for my granddaughter. So it's pretty important. It's important to the broader economy that we keep things moving. Now more than ever, we can't afford a slowdown. This government's job creation, of private sector job creation, its record over the last 5 years is for every one job they've created there, they've created 5 jobs in government. And what do we have? We have legislation blaming other levels of government for a slowdown, while we have a government with a backlog of permits that they can't get through, despite hiring 5 people for every one the private sector hires. Now let's say, where will you cut, where will you cut, where will you cut? Well, how about we just get the workflow going? How about we get the efficiencies going? How about the provincial government doesn't have a Modi backlog? How about they don't have a 255-day average processing time after waiting months to even get approval to do the work through the archaeological process? We talk to developers all the time. They don't take issue with the process. They take issue with the timeline. They agree they should do that. They don't mind doing the work. But what they need is to know that their findings and their permits will be processed in a timely fashion by the provincial government so they can get on with building the exact housing this government keeps purporting to want to see built. Bill 44, again, is a marketing document. And when you scratch the surface of it at all, it simply is not designed to deliver anywhere close to what this government is promising to deliver. And if it did, there'd be more detail. Now, I know this government likes to present legislation sometimes, and the detail actually has been worked out, and we get the order in council on things 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes after the bill's been passed, after repeatedly asking things like, what will it cost for an FOI fee? Maybe that's the case with this. Maybe the policy booklet's already been written, and the housing minister will present it right after royal assent. We could only be so lucky. At least that would maybe speed things along as it relates to housing. It's been done before, FOI law. Maybe they'll do it again. Unfortunately, the track record is the FOI piece was the outlier for this government. That was the first time they ever acted with any speed. The amount of bills we're still waiting to see the regulation come forward that was such a rush and such a priority by this government to deal with over the last 7 years is shocking. Bill 44 just adds to that list. It adds to that list of housing failures, housing legislation that's brought in that's half thought out, ham-fisted, won't actually stand up to scrutiny, so it's all left to regulation. So when we get to committee stage, the answer will be repeatedly, well, we'll get to that in regulation. Well, it's a good question. I appreciate the question from the member, but we haven't worked that out yet. We'll work that out in regulation. Well, I would like to thank the member for that. but we haven't really got to that yet. We'll deal with that in regulation. I fully expect that'll be clause after clause after clause on 44 will be the answer. Of course, we'll wait. The minister will take 7 or 8 minutes chatting with staff to turn around and tell us that he can't tell us anything. Then we can invoke closure on Bill 44 and a few other bills.
Division in the Birch Room, so not here. We can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, we can go through committee stage on Bill 44. We can be repeatedly told after long waits that they can't actually answer the question because it's not figured out yet. Got to wait for the policy booklet. Got to have further discussion. Got to have some regulation figured out. That somehow is speeding up the housing process, according to this government. And then, as that drags on, and as debate on the next couple of housing bills drags on, and we have, after today, 9 days of debate left in this place, and pretty much everything's going to have to get condensed down here because you can't have a minister in 2 different chambers dealing with 2 different bills. Oh, no, wait, this government actually did that. They did that on forestry when they invoked closure. We were in second reading in this chamber debating a substantive forestry change, and then we had committee debate going on down the hall on a forestry bill. So I guess it can be done, because this government's done it before, and then they'll just invoke closure, and people won't really have certainty or clarity around what's going on with the housing bills. Bill 44 may or may not get caught up in that. And it's shocking because the housing minister is actually the House leader, so he's actually in charge of figuring out the timing and bringing, and in fact, I think he's in charge of the Legislative Review Committee for government. So I think you would have thought if any minister would have been able to get this in early, if it's such a critical priority for legislation, it would have been sooner. But as we've seen and as we've heard, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about things like this, and the lack of affordable housing that's been delivered by this government over the years, it really ruffles some feathers over there. I know I wasn't really paying attention. I was up in the fur room yesterday when a staffer let me know and about the debate going on in here. And apparently, I might actually be the resident in the most affordable NDP housing provided to date in the province of BC, because it sounds like I'm living rent-free in the head of the mind of the member from Langford, Wanda Fuca. But the truth and the reality of what's going on, despite his objections to what I had to say yesterday on some other issues, as he was debating Bill 44, bringing those forward, the truth and the reality of the situation, as uncomfortable as it makes the government, it makes them uncomfortable because they know it to be true. They know that despite the speaking notes they get handed by the 575 communication staff, they know that despite the rhetoric they might hear in question period, it's interesting, when they talk about student housing in question period, it used to be 500 or something housing units, 700 housing units they used to say we built in 16 years. Now recently it's 138, so it's going downwards. They don't want to acknowledge it's actually 9,300, and we can actually point them to each and every housing unit that equals 9,300. Because they've been told over the years that's the number. You would really hope, especially ministers of the Crown, would do a little digging to make sure the accurate numbers they're using in question period. I mean, I was standing at an announcement on so-called brand new student housing this government uses in Kamloops as they permitted the university to buy it off campus and call it new student housing, even though it was buildings that were built in 1987 and have been housing students in there since 1987. Yet somehow the government calls that new student housing. Not sure how that all works out, but that's the problem with the math in Bill 44. It purports to be able to add 130,000 housing units through a series of fourplexes. And why I bring the densification per hectare into play and why it's important to realize that is, I think most people in this day and age, if you went to your neighbor and said, actually, we're gonna turn our lot into a duplex, most people would get that. And that's actually what is envisioned in Kamloops' CAM plan if you look at the densification numbers that they're talking about 75 units per hectare. That would take a single family home and it would turn it into a duplex or something with a carriage suite or things of that nature. What this bill will do is double that density. And again, a one-off, not a big deal. But if you're in one of those micro neighborhoods in terms of capacities, and you're the city looking at this, and there's a couple hundred housing units that feed into that particular connection point and need the water from the other side of the connection point, and you suddenly add a unit here, fourplex here, a fourplex here, a fourplex here, a fourplex here, and you go from 200 to 220 or 230, those could become very expensive 20 or 30 housing units. Because if it's already near capacity, you can't afford to do it. If you can't afford to have the draw of water off because you will drop the pressure to your fire hydrants, you have to do significant upgrades. And that's what the mayors are saying. Who's going to pay for it? And it's too simplistic for the government to say, well, just charge some extra charges for it. Well, that could work if it's in a targeted area, but when you make these city-wide, and a city might have 4 or 5 different areas that they're suddenly all looking at trying to upgrade for 20 and 30 units in each of these areas, that's a lot different than when they go through their official community plan with their engineering departments and they say, look, we can put so much housing in this area. The towers I talked about in Kamloops, which is going to add 550 housing units in about 1 square block of area, required a little bit of servicing upgrading to connect in, but is in an area that was planned for that and can handle without major change to everything else heading out to our sewage plant and our water plant. And this is 2 blocks away from the hospital tower that was started while we were in government. So proper planning for cities, that's what they do. Our Aberdeen subdivision in Kamloops, when it was built in the late 70s, the city worked with the developer, and the developer had to put in a pipe. I can't remember, I'll get it wrong, but it was probably like a 12-inch pipe, and the city said, we'll pay the difference and put in an 18-inch pipe. The city paid the difference in pipe costs. So it didn't cost the developer any more to put the bigger pipe in the hole, it just didn't want to have to pay for the bigger pipe. That's created the ability for growth for the last almost 50 years in that area. It's still slated to be one of our higher growth areas without substantive changes literally down the line. Because that's what good planning can do. And between that subdivision and the sewage treatment plant and the river, we've created a whole bunch of other development around the university. That's all tied in and densified with rapid transit 15-minute service and everything else. Cities are doing their part. Is there some bad examples out there? Absolutely. Is there some bad public hearings that go sideways? Absolutely. Are there a lot of really good public hearings that happen? Yes. Are they a little messy because it's neighbors and sometimes people think it's whoever yells loudest gets their way? And they get confronted with the fact that staff have very technical reports and council's relying on them for their advice. And I always say we pay staff for their advice because they went to university for the specific thing they're advising us on. But it's advice. A mayor and council don't have to take that advice. So just because an engineering report and a planning report says this is best for the idea, why does Bill 44 take away the ability for a neighborhood to say, no, that's not our vision for our neighborhood? And I recognize it's a fine balance. I really do, because I've lived it. But Bill 44 is going well outside the bounds of a fine balance. Bill 44 is creating an environment, instead of really targeting in and honing in on those areas that cities have already identified as their high growth areas, instead of really accelerating processes in those areas, it's saying let's concentrate on infill of fourplexes and create a bunch of angst in communities all over the place, and uncertainty by mayors and council, uncertainty for engineering departments, who are going to have to start rapidly deciding whether or not they have to start accelerating water and sewer projects that maybe were 15 years on the horizon as part of a regular asset management plan. Cities have been working for the last 20 years trying to come up with asset management plans to tie in with their official community plan to actually proactively address their water and sewer and road needs at end of life, to maximize their life so they're not replacing them ahead of time or unnecessarily. That all gets blown out of the water with Bill 44. Same with the life cycles on their recreation facilities and parks, playgrounds. All of that gets wiped out with Bill 44. All that work. And now, Bill 44 is telling the planning department, so you got to update all of that. And at the same time, do you think you can still process building permits like you normally do? And when you don't, we're going to blame you. Because that's what this government does. So Bill 44 has a lot of flaws. I look forward to committee stage. And maybe I'll just keep a running tally. We don't want to make it a drinking game because I don't think anyone could drink that much at the times the minister turns around and says, I can't answer that, it's left for regulation. But that's what's going to happen with Bill 44. We're going to have thoughtful, real questions that have real impact to people in their daily lives, in their daily communities, and this government won't be able to answer them. Yet they insist that this is the urgency they're bringing to the housing file. Something that's going to gum up the works in planning departments in 85 municipalities around this province. It's going to slow down regular building permits. It's going to create turmoil in small neighborhoods. They can't provide any timelines except for sometime in December of 2025. If that's what this government considers urgent towards housing, it explains why in 7 years we still don't even have 116,000 or 16,000 finished housing units out of a 10-year plan that was supposed to deliver 114,000. So I thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to committee stage.
Thank you, Member. Seeing no further speakers, the question is second reading, Bill 44, Housing Statutes Residential Development Amendment Act 2023. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Division has been called.
Members, the question is second reading of Bill 44, Housing Statutes Residential Development Amendment Act 2023. All those in favor, please rise or indicate. Please be seated. Those who oppose, please rise or indicate. Please be seated, and Madam Clerk will be now connecting with members online to get their vote.
Mr. Ashton.
I vote nay.
Ms. Chen.
I vote aye.
Mr. Lee.
I vote nay.
Mr. Ross.
I vote nay.
Ms. Sandhu.
Vote aye.
Mr. Shipika.
I vote nay.
Ms. Watt.
I vote nay.
Madam Clerk.
Those voting aye: Chandra Herbert, Parmar, Sims, Babchuk, Coulter, Lohr, Malcolmson, Bear, Kang, Heyman, Osborne, Cullen, Baines, Dean, Bailey, Mercier, Brar, Russell, Routledge, Starchuk, Rice, Phillip, Leonard, Chow, R. Singh, Whiteside, Kalon, Sharma, Dix, Robinson, Alexis, Rankin, Ralston, Popham, Simons, Elmore, Glumac, Routley, Yao, Deeth, Donnelly, Green, Anderson, Chant, Sandhu, Dykeman, Padden, Begg, Chen, A. Singh. 50. Those voting nay: Klovchuk, Morris, Kylo, Sturko, Kirkpatrick, Merrifield, Lee, Watt, Stewart, Shipika, Ashton, Sturdy, Taggart, DeYoung, Dirksen, Millibar, Stone, Bond, Halford, Ross, Oakes, Bernier, Payton, Davies, Firstenow, Olson, Rustad, Banman, Walker. 29.
Motion carried. Government House Leader.
For the LG. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the bill be committed to a committee of the whole to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Honourable members, I have been advised that the Lieutenant Governor is in the precinct. Please remain in your seats.
Over there.
Motor Vehicle Amendment Act Number 2, 2023. Environmental Management Amendment Act 2023. Emergency and Disaster Management Act. Pension Benefit Standards Amendment Act 2023. Restricting Public Consumption of Illegal Substances Act. Crime Victim Assistance Amendment Act 2023. International Credentials Recognition Act. School Amendment Act 2023. In His Majesty's name, Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor doth assent to these acts.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As always, it's an absolute delight to be here to see all of you. I wanted just to reflect today that it is Indigenous Veterans Day, and it's an important day for us all to reflect on the contributions of the many Indigenous veterans that have loyally served our country in many conflicts over many, many years and have never really received in the past the recognition and the thanks that they are due. So I feel very proud that our country is now making huge efforts, I think, to recognize their contributions and to celebrate. Again, there are many contributions to Canadian society, to peace, and to upholding our democracy. I thank you again for all of your outstanding work, and I look forward to opportunities over the next number of months to welcome many of you to Government House, to share some time together, have some great conversations, and to celebrate the work that all of you do. Thank you so much, and I'll see you again soon.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call second reading of Bill 46, Housing Statutes Development Financing Act. In the Douglas Fir Committee Room, call Committee of the Whole Bill 41, Forest Statutes Amendment Act. In the third House, Committee Room C, call Committee of the Whole Bill 39-0, Emissions Vehicle Act.
Committee chairs.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that the bill now be read a second time. Okay. Honourable Speaker, our government has proposed changes that will provide cost certainty and transparency to the development industry and help local governments to fund the infrastructure and community amenities that are needed as we increase the supply of homes. These changes support the actions we are taking to create more homes within the reach for people and address the housing crisis to require proactive zoning in BC. We know that good planning and growth benefits our communities and our economy. Both local governments and the development industry recognize that growth creates demand for new local infrastructure and amenities. Development finance tools can be used to ensure that these costs are more equitably shared between existing taxpayers and new development. We also know that the success of new zoning framework depends on local governments providing necessary infrastructure and services to support new housing supply. We also heard from the developers about the need to ensure that the cost of developments are known upfront and the need for transparency and predictability in the process. With this in mind, let's get into some of the specific items within these changes. Development cost charges, known as development cost levies in Vancouver, can be used to help pay for specific core infrastructure needed for basic health, safety, such as water, sewer, drainage, and roads. These changes will expand the list of infrastructure to include police facilities, fire protection facilities, and solid waste facilities. They will also allow municipalities to collect DCCs to pay their portion of provincial highway projects like interchanges that support growth in the communities. These costs will continue to be shared between existing taxpayers and future development. We heard from developers that local governments, that the DCCs and local government, the DCC framework is a robust and transparent tool. While basic health and safety infrastructure is important, we also need to create livable communities. Local governments in high-growth parts of the province often negotiate with developers for the kinds of amenities to help create livable communities as part of rezonings. As we move away from site-by-site rezonings that add time, uncertainty, and cost, we need to make sure that local governments can still do this important work. To help address this issue, the legislation proposes a new tool called amenity cost charges that will let local governments impose charges on new developments to assist in paying for community amenities without the need to rely on rezonings. This tool is part of the long-term upfront planning process to support greater housing supply. The approach also creates certainty and transparency for development community with flexibility to ensure that local community amenities needs can be met. To impose an amenity cost charge, local governments will need to identify where more housing supply is needed and plan for development to meet that need, identify what amenities are needed to support that growth, determine the charge amount following rules set out in the legislation, and pass a bylaw. We heard from the development industry about the importance of making sure that costs do not deter development. This is why this legislation includes rules to ensure public accountability, prevent any double charging and double dipping, like using more than one tool to fund the same amenity project, protect in-progress projects, and keep charges reasonable. Local governments will need to do an economic analysis to ensure development remains viable. The legislation also gives the province the authority to intervene to limit costs if needed. The rules also ensure the community has input into amenities that will be supporting new homes being built. We know affordable housing is also crucial to address the housing crisis, and that it's important to ensure that affordable housing is supported and viable. This is why the legislation lets local governments waive or reduce charges for affordable rental housing. It also allows the province to exempt affordable housing to ensure the right types of housing are being built in communities. If passed, local governments can begin planning to use these new tools right away. As announced at UBCM convention this September, we will be providing $51 million in direct funding to support local governments in implementing new requirements using new tools. The changes to development finance are part of a larger package of significant changes being made to our land use planning system to address the housing crisis while creating livable communities. With that, Honourable Chair, I welcome any questions and look forward to hearing from my colleagues across the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to the Minister. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to the bill before us, the Housing Statutes Development Financing Amendment Act, Bill 46. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm beginning to think that the Minister of Housing must really like working with me, because I believe this is probably the fifth, I think I've lost count now, fifth or sixth housing legislation in the past 2 weeks, and I'll pause while the bells go. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, a good comedian is always thrown off by timing, and that was right in the middle of my best joke. So, but I'll just start again. No. So my first comment on this piece of legislation really is I don't understand why we've had three amendments to the, or three bills addressing amendments to the same statute in the last few days. And why didn't this all form one act, which was making a larger amendment? Because as we move forward, Madam Speaker, and as we go into committee stage, there are portions of Bill 44, Bill 46, and then today we had Bill 47 come in, which is going to be now the third amendment to the Housing Statute Act, that it's going to be very complicated because all of these things are connected, and so there is some confusion with this. I will note the minister himself yesterday was confused when he was introducing the new bill into the House, and I note also that media, when they were reporting out on these bills yesterday, were referring to the wrong bill numbers. So I think that there's a lot of complexity within these bills, and the way that it's being rolled out is going to make it even more complicated to understand how all of these pieces fit together. So 44 dealt with the zoning and the upzoning, and we talked about that yesterday. And 46, the bill before us today, it deals with development cost charges. It enacts the amenity cost charges, and it does give us a bit of a roadmap in terms of how this government intends to pay for the upzoning and some of the infrastructure, well, not really the infrastructure, but amenities within the community that are going to need to be increased and supported. And this is proposing tools for communities to be able to extract those costs and be able to apply them to amenities in their own community. So the minister also, I think I was speaking to a couple of CAOs today in a couple of different areas, and that the ministry is really keeping councils, CAOs, and local planners, and probably lawyers, very busy across British Columbia now as they're trying to figure out what's going on. Now, Madam Chair, if I was cynical, which of course you know I am not, I might think that this has been broken into three bills to make it look like we have more legislation coming for housing than we really do, as opposed to this having been in one bill, which would have been, I think, the most reasonable way to have been promoting it. Perhaps it's because it's taken this NDP government 7 years with less than acceptable results, as we know, on housing, and so there's suddenly this flurry of legislation, or an appearance of a flurry of legislation. Much of this, much of what we've seen on housing, including the short-term rentals, there's been a real lack of consultation with community. And this is all coming through very, very quickly, and in some ways a bit half-baked, because a lot of the information that is really necessary for people and communities to understand the impact of this legislation is being pushed into regulation, is being pushed down the road to after the legislation comes into force, and then they're going to tell us what it's actually all about and how it's actually going to work, and that's very difficult for municipalities and developers and individuals wanting to build housing. It's very difficult for them to manage with that uncertainty. Now, again, without consultation, and when this kind of legislation is brought in, we've got less than a year before the next provincial election. So clearly, there is not going to be an opportunity for the public, for municipalities, to see if the proposed or promised outcomes of this legislation are actually going to be real, and if there's going to be measurable results. So why now and why not a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago? I'm not sure what we were waiting for in terms of coming in and talking about the things that we need to do in British Columbia to address the housing crisis. Now, we have a number of questions about this legislation, and we'll look forward again to committee and the ability to ask those questions. And I will say that there's good and bad in this piece of legislation. The good that I recognize, and I think we all recognize, is that it's very difficult for developers when they're having to negotiate in different communities and they're not finding out until down the road with zoning what their costs are actually going to be. So coming up with consistency, transparency, some certainty so that when development projects are being looked at, it is much easier for developers to understand what those costs are going to be up front and to do more accurate feasibility analysis. Do they want to move forward? So that's good. We need more consistency. But it has also taken away some of the tools that some communities use through CACs, for example, where some communities actually put some of those funds directly into an affordable housing fund that developers can draw on. So there have been some things lost along the way, and we're already hearing some concerns from municipalities on that. So we're hoping that that's something we can ask questions about, and perhaps has already been anticipated by government in regulation, but of course we don't know that as we're looking through this document. We know housing affordability is still front of mind for all British Columbians, and it's our job here in the House to ensure that we do everything we can to lower the costs of creating housing, because the more it costs to build something, and it doesn't matter if it's a house or if it's a car or whatever it is, but the more it costs to build that thing, the more the end user is going to be paying. So you're either buying the car off the lot and what you're paying, or you're renting something, or you're purchasing something. So what BC United has really been looking at and focusing on is how do we make it easier to get shovels in the ground? How do we make it less expensive to get shovels in the ground? And there's some real concerns that looking at what we've got before us today in this legislation is going to contribute to escalating costs and is not going in the right direction. We have to ensure that nobody here in British Columbia has to choose between affording groceries or gas or paying their rent or mortgage. And we know rents and mortgages, we're the most expensive jurisdiction in Canada. And so something's not going the right way. These policies and whatever we've been doing up to this point, it is not working. And things are getting more and more expensive, and this government has some tools that it can use in order to help manage this province and make things more affordable. And this, to me, just looks like it's one more way to extract fees out of housing. So 7 years, 2 elections, repeatedly failed to provide more housing and make life more affordable for British Columbians. And this is only going to continue to worsen that. So what this bill really does, it's introducing the most massive housing tax increase in the history of this province. That is what it is doing. Now, is that how we're going to make housing more affordable? It is not. So as official opposition, it's our responsibility to critique legislation and to hold this government to account, especially on issues as important as housing. It has got to be one of the most important issues that we are dealing with addressing in British Columbia now. And you know, not having appropriate housing contributes to all of the other major issues that we are dealing with in this province here. Mental health, addictions, homelessness. Much of that starts with the ability for people to have a safe and affordable place to live. And so far in British Columbia, this government has failed to be able to provide that to people. The bill codifies a new taxation power on housing projects at the local level, amenity cost charges, which is something new so that we don't have our CACs. And there isn't that opportunity at the rezoning process for the negotiation with developers to determine benefits to the community that are unique to the community. But again, we certainly support the fact that we need to ensure that developers understand upfront what their costs are going to be. And so that's positive, but how this is being done is clunky. It expands the scope of taxes on new homes, and then this is going to be passed on to first-time home buyers and renters in the form of increased prices. As it stands, Madam Chair, as we all know, Vancouver is already the most expensive city in Canada for taxes and fees on new homes, costing $644,000 per home, and this legislation will make it even worse. Can you imagine all of these additional costs that we have some ability to control, and we're not, and we're just making it worse and worse for people to be able to even hope to afford a home. So we look at this increase as this is now the 30th new or increased tax introduced by this NDP government, which has been part of a blizzard of taxes, and it is clearly not helped at all in making housing more affordable. And you'd think after the 26th or 27th or the 28th or the 29th new tax or increased tax and the outcome is not good, you think, gee, well, let's try a 30th tax now. Let's see if that does it. But it's not working. It's not how we do things. So British Columbia has, after the blizzard and flurry of additional costs here, rents almost doubled to $3,000 a month in Vancouver. If you're looking for a townhouse, it's up 33%. A single-family home is now out of reach for the majority of young families, approaching $2 million. And we can talk about that when we're in committee stage in terms of the impact of the upzoning and the vulnerability on these single-family lots for speculation. And we're already seeing a lot of conversation about that. So our caucus, Madam Chair, as you know, has already called on the Premier to block Metro Vancouver's tripling of the development cost charges on new development. We looked at this and thought, well, this is, you know, it's an extra $24,000 on a family home and $14,000 more on an apartment. So we looked at what was happening in Metro Vancouver. And the federal government, it looked at what was happening in Metro Vancouver as well. And it said, hey, we're just gonna pause on the dollars that we're looking at bringing into this community because the purpose, what the federal government is trying to accomplish and what we're trying to accomplish is to reduce the cost of providing housing. So when Metro Vancouver tripled these levies, we asked the Premier to do something with that. But we understand now why that didn't happen. This government is now tripling down, I guess, on the approach to increase development charges in order to be able to fund infrastructure, projects in communities that are necessary for increased density, but really should be the responsibility of the province and the responsibility of the federal government, and not to be borne simply by those people who are trying to rent and to buy housing in British Columbia. So we say it a lot, we'll say it again, we get some laughter from the other side because it's clearly too simple a concept, is if we want to make housing more affordable, we need to make it less expensive. It's pretty simple. Do you think that's a good idea? I think it's a good idea. We need to make it less expensive to build it. And we need to look at all the tools we've got in order to be able to do that. So all this NDP plan does is introducing additional costs that are going to prevent new homes from being built. And I'll tell you, since the Housing Supply Act was introduced, and it was another of those, we don't have a lot of details, but we're going to upzone at some point, and then we're going to give you all the information at that point. And then we're going to go to different communities, and then we're going to set some housing targets, not for all communities, but for some communities. Again, we're not going to tell you how that's going to work. And so what we've seen happen are a number of projects that were going to move forward, or developers who had identified projects, identified land, have paused. But why wouldn't you pause if you're going to build a duplex and now you think you might be able to do a fourplex, or you think, or and you're not kind of sure where the goalposts are going to be in a year from now? There's been a lot of hesitation of moving forward. So, you can paralyze the market by creating confusion and not providing clear guidelines. So for the last year and a half, municipalities and developers have been a little confused about what was going to happen. And so now we're getting a glimpse with this legislation in terms of what's going to happen. But again, as always, as seems quite consistent with this particular NDP government, is that the devil is in the details, and the details are always going to come later. They're always going to be dealt with through regulation, as opposed to upfront transparency, where a municipality developer can look at this legislation and say, oh yeah, I get it, I know what we're supposed to do. I can give some direction to staff, we can get going on this stuff. But that simply isn't the case. And with all of this flurry of things coming at the same time, the timelines are so tight. All of this stuff is coming in the next year. Well, municipalities, they do, some of the larger ones, they may have large staff that can address these things and deal with these things, but a lot of the smaller communities are already struggling with the workload that they've got. And so to suddenly be bringing in all of these changes and doing it so quickly, and they're very substantive, is that everybody's got to kind of down tools to retool. And what's that going to do? It's going to mean that we're slowing things down even more. So instead of increasing taxes on housing, the province should be stepping up to the plate with infrastructure funding and jump-starting the development of new homes. So, ironically, you might say that this bill, Madam Chair, it actually is bringing tolls back to pay for highways. If you look at how this is set up, it's going to start tolling the roads in areas where you need to use those roads. And they're doing it not on the cars, but on the homes. So if you've got a highway, your place is being built next to a provincial highway, and you need a new interchange, or that's going to come from the houses around it. That sounds like a toll for those people using it in a community. This is only going to add to the massive amount of taxes that are already blocking new houses being built in our province. Now, in here there is a backdoor provision to include policing costs in development cost charges. Well, that's interesting. I know wastewater as well. I know those of us on the North Shore who have a bit of a nightmare over there with a new wastewater plant that's tripled already in the cost to the people of the North Shore, that now we're going to maybe be able to offload this onto the development of housing on the North Shore. Yeah, policing costs can now be included in these development cost charges. So just wondering if it's the secret plan to pay for the cost of the Surrey police transition to levy a tax on every new house, making it less affordable. As I know the Premier and the Minister are well aware, last year, it was earlier this year, I think in the spring, one of BC's largest developers, Coromandel Properties, filed for creditor protection earlier this year. And we're also hearing from other local developers, there's this huge increased stress on debt servicing right now with the incredible and quick rise in interest rates over the last few years. We're also looking at developers who are unable to sell projects right now, Madam Chair. Someone may have, when they did a pre-sale for a condominium, they qualified for mortgage because they were qualifying at, 3-4%. And now when they go to close, they can't qualify. Now their mortgage is going to be, 7, 8, 9%. And so that's hurting individuals purchasing, but it's also putting an extremely, a real financial strain on a lot of the homes coming onto the market right now. But if we look kind of now and further down the road, and don't appreciate that, in development, financing is, you are taking huge risks for long periods of time. And every dollar is going to count right now because of all of these other external factors that are making it so much more expensive to get housing built. So instead of adding, expanding the scope of those things, I'll pause again. There's no jokes this time. Why, thank you. So just a bit more on what the bill does. The codifies the new taxation power to housing projects at the local level through these new ACCs, amenity cost charges, and then it expands what can actually be included or funded, paid for through DCCs. So there might be more consistency up front in what a DCC is, but those DCCs can be larger. The authority to apply an amenity cost charge to be upfront in the building process rather than zoning. Now, Bill 44 removed the ability to negotiate the community amenity contributions when it removed the public hearing phase, which we understand why that's important. But it does, the municipalities have now lost a piece of that process where they would actually be able to negotiate with developers for things that are very specific for their community, and some of them are very creative in terms of how they've used some of that to be able to provide additional funding, federal funding, even for some affordable housing projects. So amenities are now defined as a facility or feature that provides social, cultural, heritage, recreational, or environmental benefits to a community, including, without limitation, a community youth or senior center, a recreational or athletic facility, a library, a daycare facility, a public square. These are all good amenities that we need to have in a community. But the cost of this kind of, the expansion of what can be funded, including policing and wastewater and these, is it can be substantial in terms of a burden on the cost to people buying housing. Sorry, Madam Chair, there's just so many things here to talk about. It really is concerning what the approach to housing has been from this government. And I just want to go back to the confusion. And I'll say, as I'm also shadow minister for childcare, that the same thing I'm seeing here with housing are these kind of a policy here, a policy there, an announcement here, an announcement there. This is a policy, this is in regulation, this is in the legislation. And it's very confusing for those people in communities that are the ones who want to build their housing if it's not consistent. I mean, we're talking about the need to make sure that DCCs are, there's a formula and we know what they are up front. But that has not been the approach that this government has taken to much of the legislation that it has developed, all of the legislation that it has brought into this House, because it's not well thought out in terms of bigger picture. So when you bring in, 5 pieces of legislation on housing in a week and a half, it should be more cohesive than this. And as I asked the minister, in my speaking on Bill 44, and in previous conversations, is what is government doing with respect to all of the other pieces of government that have to work together in order to make these housing targets actually work? So if you don't have the Ministry of Education in the room, if you don't have the Ministry of Health in the room, if this is not part of a larger picture and a larger plan, transportation, how can you be looking at the work that the government is looking at doing here if you don't have alignment with your transportation planning, if you don't have alignment with your education planning, your school planning, your K-12. All of this stuff is just being dumped on communities at the same time. And and the response, which I'm not surprised, are, communities are saying, and not just to me, all these MLAs, the MLAs are receiving phone calls and emails from their local community leaders, is that how are we going to have the capacity in order to quadruple a population in certain areas if we're not also quadrupling the number of schools that we've got, and not doing it through portables? Or do we need a UPCC in this community? Who's paying for that? Is the developer going to pay for the UPCC in the school? And apparently the developer is going to pay for part of the highway, which is a new way of doing things. So really, British Columbians, they deserve a break, not an increase on the already extremely high costs that we're facing today because of the Premier and this NDP government. Adding more costs to construction of homes, I can't even explain just how ridiculous that is, to think that if we're trying to resolve an affordability housing crisis, we're going to do it by actually making it more expensive to build housing. It's ridiculous. People have started to come to expect this from the NDP government, so I don't think that this will be too shocking. But big talk that only leads to big tax increases, skyrocketing costs of living, and there's really no relief here. The record speaks for itself. We've lost confidence just if we look at the promises and commitment to how many units the NDP government had committed to building, 114,000, and we're more than halfway through, and I think we've got, at last count, 15,000 of those built. So coming back and making a new promise on what is going to be built and actually increasing that is, we've lost some confidence there. I wanted to quote something, the media I was laughing today because some of the media had the bill numbers confused because of the confusion yesterday. But Vaughn Palmer, I'm going to quote him in the Vancouver Sun, when he was discussing the lack of a formula anywhere in this legislation to actually show and explain how these calculations are gonna come to be. Quote, once again, the New Democrats in their haste would appear to have saved the critical piece of information for release at a later date, end quote. And so at that, Madam Chair, I will take my seat. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Peace River North.
Great. Thanks, Honourable Speaker, and happy to give my remarks on Bill 46, the Housing Statute Development Financial Amendment Act 2023. Just to kind of follow up, obviously, on some of the points that my colleague made. It feels like we're on a housing marathon, on the legislation this last couple of weeks, as I believe we're up to 5 now. And I think my colleague used the word cohesiveness, but that connectivity, I think, is really important, and making sure that, that things are moving together in the right direction, as opposed to having a piece of legislation over here that does this. And what I see probably happening in the near future is there's going to be a lot of miscellaneous statute bills coming as everyone's reflecting on these 5 or more pieces of legislation that we're in right now, and it's like, oh my God, we didn't know that was going to do that because this is doing this. And I think it's going to pose significant problems for government as we move forward into this. I think, unfortunately, British Columbians have come to expect very little from this government. And we've seen this in the housing legislation that has been brought up to now, just like we're seeing it in this piece of legislation here today on Bill 46. The member from Chilliwack some months ago had mentioned that, he himself had mentioned that British Columbians had pretty much given up on trying to own a home. And again, this very specific piece of legislation is adding wood to that fire. It is increasing the costs that are going to be going on to new homes. And those new homes, we are wanting to get people into them. And we've said in this House before on numerous things, the affordable housing is actually to make it less expensive. That's how you make it affordable. Make it less expensive. I don't understand what the government is missing on that very simple concept. Because here is another example of the government adding exorbitant costs onto the construction of new builds. And those costs are going to be passed on to the purchaser of that home. Or should it be in the case of a landlord, those costs are going to be passed on to a renter. And we've already seen and heard over and over and over for the last, let's just say 7 years for easy math, about how expensive British Columbia has got. We are the most expensive jurisdiction on the continent, Madam Speaker, by every metric, including housing. Actually, I think there might be one city that is a little more about as a jurisdiction. The future doesn't look very good for new homeowners or prospective new homeowners. those young people, the young families that are striving, and I remember going back a few years ago when I was a young person, maybe a few more than a few days or a few years ago, but it really and truly was something that you could set your eyes on. Just like my parents before me and my grandparents. They could actually, as they graduated school and were going out into the workforce, we're looking at, I am saving money to buy a house. That is not the case at all nowadays. 74% of non-homeowners have given up that dream. And that's a real shame. And this legislation is one more nail in that coffin of that dream of that young family that wants to buy a house. We've seen rents have nearly doubled to $3,000 in Vancouver. A townhouse is up 33% to $1 million. Like, where is that? On what reality is that affordable for a young family? Single family home, $2 million. Back just a few years ago, again when I was younger, a $2 million home, you would maybe see, movie stars live in a $2 million home. That was my thinking when I was, in my 20s, maybe even my 30s. Now that's just a small little house. The NDP want to make housing more affordable. They need to remove the red tape. They need to be looking at removing fees, not adding fees to get people into house. They're doubling down. And sadly, the result is we don't have to look any further than on the streets of many of our cities to see how our homeless population has gone up in almost every community around the province. Even in Fort St. John, 67% increase. A 67% increase in homelessness in the city of Fort St. John since 2018. Now, sure, there are some other circumstances that have probably impacted numbers across the province, but I will guarantee that the cost of housing is is a huge factor for people to try and get into a house. And some, unfortunately, just cannot get housed. This bill, Bill 46, introduces the most massive housing tax increase in British Columbia's history. It is our role as opposition to criticize legislation as it comes in, to raise the points around how things will impact British Columbians as a whole, as well as in each of our communities. Plain and simple, Honourable Speaker, this legislation, Bill 46, is absolutely out of touch with British Columbians and what British Columbians need for affordable housing. As it stands, Vancouver, we already know, is the most expensive city in Canada for housing. Taxes and fees already on a new home are roughly around the $644,000. And this legislation is going to make that already ridiculous number worse. For a long time, we've been saying in this House now, we've talked often about, the 29 new taxes and fees that, this government has introduced since their tenure in 2017. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here's number 30. It's not a competition to become the most unaffordable jurisdiction in the world. Because if it was a competition, you've already won. Again, I don't understand. I just don't understand the thought process around making affordable housing cost less by adding on thousands of dollars onto the building of a new home. If this was interacted, I would ask members on the other side to repeat that back to me and tell me how much sense that makes. Because it doesn't make sense. And for the life of me, I don't understand how the government could move forward with this legislation. Again, unless they're in this sick competition to make us the most unaffordable. Actually, to set us even way beyond the most unaffordable jurisdiction on the continent. Maybe they're trying to get the world. I'm not even sure where we actually fit within the on the planet. My concern, though, is that young person in British Columbia who is trying to get ahead, trying to kickstart their life, that dream has been snuffed out by this government of ever owning a home in British Columbia. This bill is now looking at, and I'll just talk for a few minutes on what the bill does, is looking at the amenity cost charges, expanding those charges and passing them on to the builder. Looking at social, cultural, heritage, recreational, environmental benefits to the community, including without limitation, a community youth center, senior center, recreational or athletic facility, a library, a daycare facility, public square. And again, in very typical NDP fashion, there's so much in this legislation left up to regulation that one has to wonder, how are builders even going to have confidence to build homes in British Columbia anymore? We've already seen the largest mass exodus of people leaving British Columbia for our neighbors in Alberta ever in history of British Columbia. And we wonder why, with legislation like this, that people are leaving. And again, it's not just people. It's contractors. It's people that want to build homes. It's people leaving, even in the resource sector. It's too risky to do business in this province. And we hear that over and over and over again. And I know that my NDP colleagues on the other side are getting those phone calls from people. I've been on many emails where we all get CC'd on these emails about, what the heck are you guys doing? Honourable Speaker, not sure if you are ready to, nope, okay, perfect. The ACCs, the amenity cost charges, are going to be a direct hit onto new home buyers. This legislation also looks at the development cost charges and allows and allows for changes on the development cost charges that are already in place in many places. And we've seen, and the example here is, it's like a toll. And we know they're against tolls, but this is technically a toll, except on housing that the government is placing on. So it, again, raises many concerns in regards to a builder, a contractor, who now is already facing significant charges. And this just isn't a Vancouver issue. And I use the example of, there's already $600 and some thousand of additional costs on a construction build. This is also in Fort St. John as well. We hear from the same people. It's hard to build in this province. And when we see pieces like Bill 46 bringing forward amenity cost charges, changing how the development cost charges are also implied, and one possible thing is, what does this look at? What does this look like with the DCCs on policing in British Columbia? Is this another way to maybe pay for the Surrey policing transition? I don't know. Our caucus obviously has raised many issues around asking government to stop the taxation, to stop these fees, to stop raising costs on people. In fact, we've even called the Premier recently to block Metro Vancouver's tripling of their DCCs on new development, which adds $24,000 to a family home. Just that adds $24,000 on the creation of, or on the development of a family home. Approximately $14,000 or more, the impact on a rental apartment. Again, I go back to, it's little wonder British Columbians don't have faith in the government. They don't have faith in delivering because we haven't seen deliverables. We have not seen deliverables by this government. Just take. Instead of increasing taxes, maybe we create incentives, encourage people to build in this province. Incentivize building. We know we need the housing, but we're blocking it. We're scaring contractors. We're scaring people away. So let's encourage people to build homes. Let's encourage people to build, these apartment blocks that we need. And again, the housing, it looks different in Vancouver, it looks different in Victoria as it does in Kelowna or in Fort St. John or in Terrace. But we need to stop with the silly charging people, taxing people, fees on top of fees, taxes on top of taxes on homes that people need to build. And then in the other breath, we need more affordable housing. Doesn't make sense, Honourable Speaker. This bill, also any new home that's built next to a provincial highway or interchanges now, could also face new taxes and fees. We need to be doing things smarter, Honourable Speaker. We need to be making homes cheaper. British Columbians deserve a break. This is a dismal failure on the part of government to make affordable housing, to make affordable homes. Unfortunately, it's what people have come to expect, which is the sad reality. Lots of announcements, lots of talk, no results. other than more tax revenue on behalf of the government. And you only have to look at the NDP's record over the past 7 years. Honourable Speaker, with that, I'll reserve my right to continue debate and adjourn debate.
Member, you heard the question to adjourn the debate. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section A reports progress on Bill number 41 and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Speaker.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Section C reports progress on Bill 39 and seeks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Speaker.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Move that the House do now adjourn.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.